west and discovered, explored, and subsequently colonized the New World, what's known as the Americas. Now, this is kind of a foolish undertaking because to talk about the age of discovery is a huge topic. I mean, single figures in this story could take up an entire podcast series, and I'm going to be trying to talk about all of them in a single short episode. So understand that I'm going to be talking in very broad strokes. I'm not going to get too in-depth in anything, but I want everybody that's listening to have at least a basic understanding of who these characters are and what they did and why this is important. Now, many of you have already heard some of these stories. We learned about most of this stuff in elementary school, but this is kind of a refresher course as well as an opportunity for me to talk about some things that I think are under-discussed and that are pretty important. When you're looking at the dawn of the age of exploration, you have to look at it through Iberian eyes. Now, of course, the Iberian Peninsula today is comprised primarily of Portugal and Spain, but things were a little bit different in the 1400s, which we'll get into in just a minute. The first thing you have to realize that about these Iberian eyes were staunchly Catholic eyes. They were Catholic. This was decades before the Reformation, when they became. Well, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, there were a couple of other pretty prominent religions. Of course, there were Jews all throughout Europe, but more importantly to our story, the Iberian Peninsula had, until very recently, been under the control of an Islamic kingdom, known as the Caliphate of Cordoba. Now, the Caliphate of Cordoba, well, that started in the year 711. It was when an army of Arabs and Berbers, known collectively as the Moors, invaded the Iberian Peninsula from North Africa. Now, they did very well. I could go into all sorts of dates and battles and treaties and names, but that's not what this is about. We just need to know that more than half of the Iberian Peninsula was controlled by the Caliphate of Cordoba. The Caliphate of Cordoba was renowned throughout the Christian and Muslims world as a center of learning and science. Now, of course, the Islamic world as a whole was leaps and bounds ahead of the Christian world at the time in terms of learning and science, so that kind of suggests that the Caliphate of Cordoba, to be known for it, must have been well ahead and very advanced. Now, why does this matter? Well, not only did the Islamic world excel in science, they also excelled in trade. They had a monopoly on trade between the East, which was essentially India and China, and the West, which was essentially Christian Europe. Now, this control was due to two things. First of all, the Silk Road, the overland route to get to the East, was controlled and ran through Islamic lands, but almost more importantly, they had a control over seafaring trade. They had, of course, many rivers that were very important to trade, such as the Tigris and Euphrates and the Nile, but the most important conduit to trade was the Mediterranean, which was known at the time as the Muslim link. Now, if you're going to control trade on the Mediterranean, you need one thing. You need ships, lots and lots of ships. And Muslim ships, such as the Caravel, were some of the best ships in the world at the time. They rivaled the Viking ships and were better than almost anything else in Europe. In fact, many Vikings were known to have traveled to the Muslim world to learn from their shipbuilders how to build better and better ships. So, you can see why when there is an Islamic caliphate in about 3/4 of the Iberian Peninsula that's still populated by many Christians, many converts, and many people that would have children that would live there, they knew more about building ships than almost anybody else in the West. And this was extremely important to, well, the story we're about to tell. Of course, the Caliphate of Cordoba wouldn't last. As we all know, eventually, the Christian nobles from Iberia, who had been hiding out in other parts of Europe and presumably growing pretty bitter, decided it was time to take back the familial lands that they considered theirs. This was a huge undertaking that took many years, lots of battles, lots of treaties, alliances, all sorts of exciting stories, none of which I'm going to talk about. This event as a whole was known as the Reconquista, in English, of course, the Reconquest. It was extraordinarily successful, and eventually There was only one small toehold left in all of the Iberian Peninsula that belonged to the Muslim kingdom. That was, of course, Grenada. Grenada, the very southwestern tip, one of the Pillars of Hercules, which we'll get into in just a moment. Grenada lasted under Muslim control until the year 1492. But before we get to that, before we talk about the other events of 1492 and that one guy you may have heard of, we need to talk about one other man who's almost as important to the story of the colonization of the New World as Christopher Columbus was going to be. That was a man named Prince Henry of Portugal, known to history as Henry the Navigator. Now, I'm not going to start talking about Henry the Navigator by saying Prince Henry the Navigator was born on the 4th of March, 1394, because this isn't a biography about Prince Henry the Navigator, and really that's not important. What you have to know about him is that he's generally seen as the guy that kick-started the age of exploration. And the reason people think of him that way is because he was kind of the first European to really explore the Atlantic Ocean. Now, there is a date that you do need to know about. The date was July 25th, 1415, and what he did, well, he led a fleet of about 200 ships south in the Atlantic Ocean from the port of Lisbon. Now, that's a pretty large fleet for the time. On board were about 45,000 soldiers, which is no small army right there. And I have to think that most of his neighbors had to be wondering where Henry was going with that army. We know that King Ferdinand I of Castile initially thought that he was heading towards Grenada, the place we just talked about, that last toehold of the Islamic Caliphate in the Iberian Peninsula. He thought he was heading that way because, well, whoever took Grenada was going to be given a huge amount of honor and respect. See, for a Catholic monarch to get rid of the Islamic threat would have been huge. And beyond that, Grenada had a palace, the Alhambra Palace, which was extraordinarily wealthy and extraordinarily well defended. So not only would his reputation as a Catholic have gone up, his reputation as a military commander would have risen, and his wealth would have risen significantly. It was really the shining jewel to take. Now, Ferdinand is probably somewhat concerned about this because he had laid claim to taking Grenada. He had the right to it, and if Henry was in fact heading to do that, that would have been essentially an act of war against Castile. But really, he didn't need to worry because Henry knew that as well, and he wasn't heading to Grenada. He was heading to a place that was about 8 miles south of Grenada, and that place is called Ceuta. Ceuta is the southern end of what's known as the Pillars of Hercules, Grenada being the northern end. Those are two peaks that begin the Strait of Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar is the waterway that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Now, as you might imagine, being named the Pillars of Hercules, it was kind of important to the ancient Greeks. I'll go into that just a little bit. They're named the Pillars of Hercules because they mark the furthest westward extent of the travels of the hero known as Hercules. It was where he performed the 10th of his 12 labors. Now, Hercules was possibly the strongest and bravest man that the Greeks had in their midst, so if that was as far as Hercules was willing to go, then it had to serve as a warning to the rest of the Greeks not to go any further than that. Beyond that, well, okay, we've all heard of Poseidon. Poseidon is normally known as the god of the sea, but really, he's the god of the Mediterranean. See, he was one of the Olympian gods that the Greeks felt they could somewhat understand, but beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, when you moved past that, well, those waters were in the hands of another god, an older god, really kind of a primordial deity. He was one of the Titans. His name was Oceanus. Oceanus was something of a mystery to the Greeks. He had stepped back from the war between the Titans and the Olympians. The Greeks didn't really understand him or his motivations, and well, Oceanus was the god of an ocean river that encircled the world as they knew it. The sun rose from Oceanus and went back into Oceanus as it set. He was almost terrifying to them. There was something about him that was otherworldly in the way that the gods of their pantheon normally weren't. So they knew that it was dangerous to pass the Pillars of Hercules. Any ship foolish enough to do so certainly faced death. Now, the Romans, of course, adopted many of the beliefs of the ancient Greeks, and that was one of them. And really, even up until the time we're talking about, the early 1400s, that was still a belief that was somewhat held. Now, of course, Portuguese and Spanish ships would travel in the Atlantic a little bit, but they were dangerous waters. There were massive storms that would crop up. You could travel in them, but you wouldn't want to travel out too far. I mean, think about it. When you look at an old-timey map, you'll still see a serpent, a sea monster out in the Atlantic Ocean. That means that monsters be there, and it's death to tread there. However, Henry the Navigator didn't really listen to that. He was one of the first, outside of probably some Vikings, but one of the first Europeans that said, I'm going to go ahead and go out there. I want to know what lies beyond. Now that all came after he took Ceuta. He took Ceuta because, well, there were three big reasons. First of all, Portugal didn't have a whole lot of very good land for farming. It was pretty rocky terrain. Ceuta had very good land for farming grain. Grain was, of course, extraordinarily important. That's what you fed to your people. And Portugal was largely dependent on foreign imports, which didn't get them a whole lot of money. Of course, there were other reasons, one of them being money. Ceuta was very wealthy. It was a trading center that really connected the Islamic world to the Western world. See, Muslim traders would come across the coast of North Africa from the Middle East to trade their goods to Europe. There was a large and very established trading network there, so anybody who controlled that was going to become extraordinarily wealthy. So there was grain, and there was gold, and then there was another reason. There was a belief in the ancient world of a man named Prester John. Prester John is a strange myth that changed depending on who's telling and hearing that myth, and really changes according to the era. For example, many of the Crusaders believed that there was a man named Prester John on the other side of the Islamic world. Now, some people even believe that the person they believed to be Prester John would have been Genghis Khan. In the time of Henry the Navigator, there was a belief that in Ethiopia, a Christian king named Prester John was doing constant battle with the Muslim armies. He was also extremely wealthy and extremely powerful. So if they got a toehold on Africa, maybe they could explore inland and find this Prester John and finally do away with the Muslim scourge. So they had grain, they had gold, and they had God. 3 Gs, right? They had all of these reasons to take Ceuta. And they did. It really went pretty well. It was a fairly easy battle. However, what they didn't realize or didn't think through was that once they took this Muslim trading post that was supposed to make them extremely wealthy, well, the Muslim traders from the Middle East weren't going to trade with a bunch of Christians. That wasn't what they were there to do, especially after they had invaded and sacked one of their towns. So they took this trading post, but really didn't have anything to do with it. So there he was, Henry the Navigator, in his newly taken town with really nothing to do. He had a lot of ships, too. So he had to figure, what am I going to do with all these ships and all these soldiers and an interest in sea travel? And, well, he did a couple of things. First of all, he explored Africa. He had a lifelong fascination with the continent. But more important to our story, he decided it was time to travel west. West from the coast of Africa, from Europe, into the Atlantic Ocean to see what he would find. I don't want to mislead you, though. Despite his name, Henry the Navigator, he didn't actually go on many of these seafaring expeditions after that. Mostly, he planned and financed the expeditions. These expeditions moved further and further south. All along the African coast, he was setting up settlements and trading posts. These settlements would, before long, become infamous for, well, the slave trade. But in Henry's time, they were used primarily to trade with the Africans and as starting points for expeditions into the Atlantic to see what he could find. You see, he knew a little bit about what was out there. About 100 years before this, a Genoese sailor had found a group of islands about 100 miles off the coast of Africa. Now, I say he found them because he didn't exactly discover them. These islands were known of before that, even as far back as the ancient world. In the 1st century CE, Pliny the Elder even wrote about them, calling them Canaria. Now, those are, of course, the Canary Islands. So they were known about, but it wasn't until the early 1300s that European explorers found them. And there was a flurry of exploration from the Genoese, from the Portuguese, and the Castilians, but really they weren't particularly profitable islands. There wasn't much they could grow there, and there were a large number of very hostile natives that did not want Europeans there. So while you could set up colonies, there wasn't much point to setting up anything too large. But by Henry's time, sea travel, especially because of technological advancements and the ships themselves, made them a little bit more profitable. So Henry was looking for something like that. He was looking for something like that because the Castilians were in control of the Canary Islands by that point. And all along the African coast, he was sailing ships to try and find islands that Portuguese sailors could colonize. Unfortunately, he wasn't finding anything. Many of his expeditions didn't come back at all. The Atlantic Ocean was a dangerous place, so even on the rare occasions that one of his ships would come back, they didn't have anything to report. So eventually he decided that he would just take one of the Canary Islands. Well, he would try to, and he would fail. And he would try again, and he would fail again. Several times he would try to take the Canaries from the Castilians and fail, which was unfortunate because for Henry the Navigator, a man who had done so much to promote sea travel, really, despite the fact that he set up so many settlements in Africa, he was unable to set up any settlement in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, that's not to say that the Portuguese wouldn't have any settlements in the Atlantic. Somewhat north of the Canary Islands, right about the time that Henry the Navigator was setting out, another Portuguese sailor found an island called Madeira. Now, Madeira was bigger than any of the Canaries and had much better land for growing sugarcane. So their sugarcane was much richer and produced much better sugar than anything grown in the Canaries. So good, in fact, that the sugar itself was about worth its weight in gold. This, of course, produced a flurry of exploration from the Portuguese out into the Atlantic to try and find as many islands as they could, and they found several. They found the Azores, and they found the Cape Verde Islands, which, ironically, despite the fact that Verde means green, were not very verdant. They were pretty arid places. But they found several islands that would really begin the Portuguese Empire. Now, Portugal is generally given credit for having started the first real global empire. And we just mentioned a couple of reasons for that. They weren't particularly resource rich, they weren't a very large nation, and they realized that the only way they were going to keep up with their neighbors was by expanding. You know, sometimes when you're looking back on the great events in history, the big stuff, things like the fall of the Roman Empire or the beginning of the Renaissance, you can look back and really hindsight is 2020. You can see the perfect storm emerge of events and forces that build and pressurize to create these huge world-shaking events. In the case of the Age of Discovery, that period only lasted about 50 years. And it started in the year 1453 with the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks. Constantinople was, of course, a very important city for a very, very long time. It was the city that really kind of bridged the gap between Europe and the East. See, it was the place where the Silk Road trading route kind of started. And the Silk Road trading route was extremely important to the people in Europe. It was where they got most of the spices that had become just integral to life in Europe. Things like cinnamon and cloves. They also got other goods from there. Obviously, they got silk. They got porcelain china, and they got things like opium. All of this was hugely important to the Europeans. And when Constantinople fell, well, they really lost the safe place that began the Silk Road. And so, in effect, lost the Silk Road trading route, generally speaking. Now, the obvious answer to that problem would seem to be a sea route. If you can't trade by land, then why not trade by sea? Unfortunately, that wasn't a route that anybody had ever taken before between Europe and the Indies. The mariners of the time didn't even know if it was possible. You see, they didn't know what were the best ways to go, what were the safe ways to go. They didn't know if they would get caught up in a storm around the Cape of Good Hope and shipwrecked or killed, which was extremely possible. Beyond the natural dangers, there were also the dangers of people. There was very little that the Europeans considered civilization between Europe and the Indies, and anywhere they were likely to stop in Africa, there was a potential for hostile natives. Beyond that, closer to home, there was a definite danger of piracy. Even if you managed to make that voyage, it wasn't really ideal even still. So they realized that they needed another, better way to get to Asia. Now, of course, there were several ideas about this. Some people took other routes through what would become Russia. That would happen a little bit later. But the most obvious route to many of these European monarchs was to travel west and find another sea route to Asia. So there's that. People are looking for a new sea route. But beyond that, Portugal and Spain, well, they're going through a very tense period in time. You see, Spain as a country had really become something that you could begin to talk about. There were two countries on the Iberian Peninsula, one known as Castile and one known as Aragon. And they had just recently began to merge. See, there was a marriage between Ferdinand II and Isabella I that, though their countries stayed separate, they ruled together, so they began to really integrate into a single society. So Portugal was kind of the third wheel. They were sort of left out of the loop. And the Pope Alexander IV, even called Ferdinand and Isabella the Catholic monarchs, giving them his papal blessing to do his bidding in the Iberian Peninsula. So they realized that there was something of an arms race, really a ship race, to see who could find the best trading routes to get to Asia first. In any arms race, you need several things. You need, of course, resources, and you need to gather those resources as fast as possible because you are always in a deficit of time against whomever you're having this arm race against. But in addition to that, you need daring people, people that are willing to take risks. And these risks are usually what lead to the greatest rewards and wind up winning those arms races. And that brings us, of course, to some of the great sailors and explorers, men with names like Christopher Columbus. Now, I'd like to pause here just briefly to discuss a little side topic. It's going to be about names and pronunciation. See, Christopher Columbus's name was not actually Christopher Columbus. His name was actually, as best as we know, Cristoforo Colombo. And Prince Henry the Navigator's name wasn't actually Prince Henry the Navigator. His real name was Infante Enrique de Portugal. Now, it would be much more difficult for me to say that every time because, as anybody out there who actually speaks Portuguese could just tell, I don't speak Portuguese and I don't know how to pronounce Portuguese very well. I intend to do my best about things that are their given names are generally accepted to be, and be it Spanish or French or Portuguese or Dutch. But when there is a name that is, to most people in English-speaking countries, known as something else, such as Henry the Navigator or Christopher Columbus, I intend to use the anglicized version of their name. Now, for example, a long time from now in our chronological history, there's going to be a ship called the Caca del Fuego. The Caca del Fuego, well, I could call that the ship fire every time if I really wanted to, but you see, people in history know that ship as the Caca del Fuego. So I'm going to go ahead and use its given name there. So if there are any issues you guys have with any of my pronunciations or the names I use, please let me know, and I'll do my best to correct them. I don't want to be offending anybody with my ignorance here. So you've got Portugal and Spain. Not exactly an open war, but tensions are definitely high. They're kind of at each other's throats. Beyond that, you've got both countries, as well as pretty much every other country in Europe, looking for a sea route to Asia that can replace the Silk Road. And then in addition to all of that, in the year 1492, Spain, finally, after many, many years, takes the city of Grenada. They finally oust the last vestige of Muslim rule in the Iberian Peninsula. So there's no more reconquest to take place, and everybody's kind of looking around, seeing what they can do to improve their position. And into that world, in walks Christopher Columbus. Unfortunately, though, we are running short on time. I'd really like to try to keep these episodes under about a half an hour, and Columbus and the Spanish conquest of the Americas is a very big topic, something that I'd like to be able to give some proper time. So I'm going to devote my entire episode next week to that. Hopefully, though, I've given a good picture of the world that spawned men like Christopher Columbus and Hernan Cortez. All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. I really appreciate it. Our theme music, as always, is The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying this podcast, I think they might be right up your alley, so why don't you go over and check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, check out our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/the Podcast, or follow us on Twitter at Podcast. Anybody has any questions or concerns, feel free to message me on the Thanks again. We were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country, told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by cloud tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. Thank you for listening. This week, we're going to talk about Christopher Columbus and the Spanish colonization of the New World. I intended to talk about this topic last time, however, as sometimes happens with me, I got on some historical tangents that I found pretty interesting. So I told myself that this week I was going to stay on Columbus and not let myself get distracted. So, naturally, I'm about to talk to you about the Mongol Empire. As most of you are probably aware, the Mongol Empire, at its height during the Middle Ages, spanned most of Asia, the majority of what's now called the Middle East, and even many parts of Russia and Europe. It was a huge amount of territory. The Mongolian Empire was massive. Now, after the initial conquest, some internal strife, civil wars, and dynastic struggles, the Mongol Empire reached a period of relative peace and stability. There was a saying about this period in time, a period in time known to historians as the Pax Mongolica. A maiden carrying a nugget of gold on her head could wander safely through the realm. Now, even if that's propaganda, that kind of goes to show you that at the time it must have been a peaceful and therefore relatively prosperous time. The reason it was prosperous, as is true just about any other period in history, is because when things are peaceful, trade is allowed to flourish. In the Mongolian Empire, trade flourished, as we all know, along the Silk Road. We mentioned the Silk Road last week. It was, of course, the trading route through which goods got from Southeast Asia, areas like China, through the Middle East and Europe. It was extremely important, and lots of people were getting very, very rich because of this peaceful trade agreement. Europeans were getting all the exotic spices and all the exotic goods they needed, and The Mongol leaders and the people in places like the Byzantine Empire, the Mongol held Middle East, India, China, essentially everywhere that the Silk Road ran through, were getting quite a few goods in return, as well as very, very wealthy. You could hope that an agreement in a situation like this could last forever. However, of course, it's not going to. The Silk Road eventually fell into disrepair. This was for a number of reasons. The first, and most important, being the fall of the Mongol Empire. There were a lot of root causes to the fall of the Mongol Empire. There was a lot of internal tension building between the different Khans ruling different areas that were struggling to find a balance of power. But one of the biggest ones would have to be the Black Death, the bubonic plague. It struck the Mongol Empire very, very hard, very, very early, and very quickly. I'd like to give a brief rundown of how fast the Black Death moved. The first generally accepted record of an outbreak of the bubonic plague happened in 1334 in China. A mere 10 years later, in 1344, India, Alexandria, and Egypt, and all the way up into Constantinople, that's all the way through the Middle East, all had reports of outbreaks of the Black Death. That's essentially the whole of the Mongol Empire in 10 years. Now, 3 years after that, in 1347, it hit Europe. A group of Genoese sailors landed in Sicily bearing the Black Death. 1 year later, by 1348, the Black Death reached the shores of England. That's a mere 14 years. The Black Death went from Southeast Asia, the southeast parts of China, all the way through the Eurasian continent to get to a little tiny island up in the very, very northwest. Essentially, all of Europe, all of the Middle East, parts of Africa, and all of Asia was struck by the Black Death, and this killed upwards of 50% of the population in many places. It was devastating. Things just couldn't work the way they had been working forever. So naturally, the Mongol Empire fell. Now, it wasn't, of course, just the Black Death, but their strength waned when that hit. Their strength waned, and unfortunately for the Mongols, the Muslim peoples were becoming strong again. There was a movement of resurgence against their Mongol overlords to give the Muslims self-rule again. This movement grew until several smaller states appeared, and then, of course, strongmen began to coalesce those smaller states into stronger and stronger units. It took a little over 100 years, but in the year 1453, the very last vestige of what one would consider the Roman Empire, the city of Constantinople, the capital of Byzantium, fell to the Ottoman Turks. This fall of Constantinople is really what I wanted to get to, because that directly affected Christopher Columbus. You see, before the fall of Constantinople, the Genoese had been, traders primarily. Genoa was a major trading port that was becoming very, very wealthy for many, many years because of trade with the Middle East that happened primarily through Constantinople, around the Mediterranean. But with the fall of Constantinople, the Genoese were forced to rethink how they were going to make their money. Trade was not panning out and making them as much money as they hoped it would. So all of these people who traded primarily on the Mediterranean looked around and they said, well, we've got lots of money, and we've got lots of ships, but we're not getting any goods to trade, so what are we going to do with all of this money and ships? The natural solution is to start fitting and financing expeditions that other people will undertake. Now, Christopher Columbus was born in the year 1451. That was 2 years before Constantinople fell. So as Genoa is changing, and thusly all of Europe is changing because of the disappearance of trade with the East, Christopher Columbus is growing up in this time when Europe is trying to figure out a new identity for itself. He's really a product of that new Europe. Now, I said just a second ago that Christopher Columbus was born in Genoa. This is generally accepted by most historians. However, not all historians agree on this. There are historians that say that Christopher Columbus was in fact Spanish. Most of these historians seem to be from Spain. There are some that claim he was Portuguese. Most of those seem to be Portuguese. There are some that claim he was Greek. In fact, the one person who claimed he was Greek we know was in fact Greek. I do knows somebody who is a professor that swears that his grandmother has documents that prove Christopher Columbus is Greek, but of course she refuses to let those out into the world. The thing to take away from this is that Christopher Columbus is a character that people want to claim for themselves because he's one of the most respected and one of the greatest explorers of all time. And people from wherever has any claim of Christopher Columbus would like to be able to claim that that's what he is. However, most people believe and agree that Christopher Columbus was Genoese. However, he did move to Portugal very early in his life. Now, essentially all of Columbus's life, the Europeans had been looking for a sea route to Asia. See, Christopher Columbus was a mariner, and he was earning his chops in a time when all of the mariners that he was working under and respected would probably talk about things like, well, what's the best way to get to Asia now? Oh, did you hear about that new piece of news somebody found about how to get to Asia? And so this was probably on his mind for his entire life. There were other European explorers who had thought about going west through what they call the ocean sea, or we now call the Atlantic Ocean, to get to the Indies. There is a common misconception that people at the time thought the earth was flat, and I'd just like to go ahead and nip that in the bud. People at the time did not think the earth was flat. The church did not think the earth was flat. Essentially, anybody who had any learning at all knew the earth was round. This was true not only of the Europeans of this era, but the Romans and the ancient Greeks and the Chinese, and basically anybody who had any sort of seafaring experience under their belt. This misconception that people at the time thought the earth was flat probably comes originally from a Washington Irving biography of Christopher Columbus, published in 1828, that claimed that the Catholic Church denounced the belief that the earth was round and that Christopher Columbus must be a heretic for doing so, which I can't say for certain, but coming from an early American writer, there was a strong anti-Catholic sentiment in those early years of the American Republic, so that may have been a bit of propaganda to talk about how foolish the Catholics were not to know that you could find your way around the world. Considering that the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, the ancient Chinese, and basically everybody since people started sailing on the oceans knew that the earth was round, the next time that you're on Twitter and some celebrity starts giving you this flat earther nonsense, you should just go ahead and unfollow them. And then, after you're done with that, why not go over to the Pirate History Podcast at Black Flagcast and follow them? You're going to get much better information. So, while Christopher Columbus is sailing under other captains, there are many captains and many explorers that are trying to find the sea route to Asia by going west. Most of those expeditions never returned, and the few that did came limping back into port months later, most of the seamen dead, the very few that were alive barely surviving. For anybody that financed expeditions, be they naval officers or nobility or even royalty, it was a huge expense and a great risk. And the way that most of them saw it, if history was any guide, traveling west into the ocean sea was an even more foolish expenditure that would almost certainly lose them lots of money, and perhaps a ship or two. So you can imagine how hard a time Columbus must have had finding anybody to finance his expedition. At the time, people were scrambling all throughout Europe to get financing to find perhaps safer routes to Asia. In 1488, Bartholomew Diaz rounded the Cape of Good Hope, the southern tip of Africa, which was the first stepping stone to finding the most feasible sea route to Asia. So anybody who thought that west was the way to go had to move faster and faster. Columbus scrambled all throughout Europe trying to find financing. He went to England, he went to France, he tried Portuguese, and nowhere was he finding anybody who would listen. But finally, in Spain, the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, were somewhat more amenable. As the Reconquista drew to a close, remember, the Reconquista was the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula from the Caliphate of Cordoba. As it drew to a close, the Catholic monarchs were able to turn their mind towards more internal matters. These internal matters were the forced conversion, or expulsion, or even the execution of all non-Catholics in their realms. As you can imagine, for anybody who was either Jewish or Muslim or not sufficiently Catholic for the liking of those in charge, this was a terrible time. For the ruling class, the lust for converts, as well as the lust for riches and the lost treasures of the Orient, Well, these were all almost equal in measure, so it left the Catholic monarchs, as well as the court nobility, very open for perhaps more risky ventures. It should be noted that Isabella was a bit less conservative than Ferdinand, and her openness to some of these suggestions for these more dangerous ventures, as well as more open to the counsel of some of her religious advisors at court. In her stellar History of the Caribbean, Empire's Crossroads, historian Carrie Gibson gives a much better account of these court advisors, as well as the mindset of Ferdinand and Isabella, than I could hope to. Quote, many were not persuaded by his calculations, but Columbus did manage to convince two friars in Andalusia, Juan Perez and Antonio de Marchena, who had the ear of Isabella and could give him credibility at court. She continues, the Catholic monarchs were both enticed by the riches of the East, which could also help to recoup the losses of fighting in Grenada. They too would have known the stories of Marco Polo and the work of the Jesuit missionaries who had traveled the long route to the East and later sent reports back to Europe. They would have been delighted at the prospect of their newly united and powerful kingdom of Castile and Aragon making its presence known among other non-believers. It was almost too tempting to resist, the gold and the spices of the Orient, as well as new peoples ripe for conversion. End quote. Despite the backing of these two friars that had Isabella's ear, the rest of the nobility at court didn't exactly share the same confidence in Columbus. Columbus believed that the Earth was much smaller than it actually is. He had calculated the distance between Spain and his intended destination of Japan, which was called at the time Champagu, I believe I pronounced that at least close to correctly, as 2,400 miles between Spain and Japan. In reality, the distance is closer to 10,600 miles, which some of the more learned men in Isabella's court had calculated much more closely. However, that really didn't bother Isabella. She decided to put her faith in Columbus. There were many reasons that this might be the case. It's possible that it was just bravado. Spain was doing incredibly well, and perhaps she believed that anything it undertook would succeed. Perhaps it was religious belief. These two friars believed in Columbus, and anything that they seemed to be doing was going well, so perhaps God had her back as well. Or perhaps there was a more emotional reason for it. Isabella was, after all, the grandniece of Henry the Navigator. With Isabella's backing, he finally had the royal support he needed, and was able to get his three famous ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, as well as the funds to supply his ships and pay his sailors. So, on August 3rd, 1492, Columbus set sail. The first leg of his journey was well known. He stopped at the Canary Islands to restock and resupply. When he was done there, he finally sailed due west into the unknown. By all accounts, it was an easy journey. They had over-provisions just in case, and the winds appeared to be with them. Regardless, the sailors on the Santa Maria were beginning to get nervous. I imagine that all the sailors were beginning to get nervous. You see, all of the men who had attempted this voyage before this and returned to Europe had not sailed as far as the men of these three ships had. They knew that they were in essentially uncharted and unknown waters, and the unknown is still one of the most powerful motivating factors in the human psyche. Now, this manifested itself on Columbus's journey when, on October 6th, the sailors on the Santa Maria attempted a mutiny. However, their fears were put to rest because one of the other ships had seen birds just the day before, and birds are a sure sign of land nearby, so they knew they were close to land and soon they would find it. Which happened a mere 6 days later. On October 12, 1492, land was sighted. Upon going ashore, the first act they did was to plant a flag with the Royal Cross of Spain, as well as letters F and Y, standing for Ferdinand and Isabella. Isabella was at the time sometimes spelled with a Y. He also read the works of several other missionaries and explorers and traders that had traveled to the east, so he thought he had what to expect. An idea of what he was expecting by reading out his Marco Polo's journals. Quote, there is gold there in very great abundance, but the monarch does not eat it. And rarely do ships from other regions land at its ports. The king of the island has a large palace with a very fine gold roof in the manner in which we line churches. The windows of this palace are all of gold, and the paving halls in many rooms is covered with slabs of gold, which are 2 meters thick. There are also many precious stones, and for this reason, the island of Chimpanzee is marvelously rich. End quote. Can you imagine rich? A palace with a ceiling made of gold, slabs of gold 3 inches thick lining the floors, and so rich that the windows themselves are filled with gold. I'm sure the Europeans could in their wildest dreams, but I imagine they see it as endless waste of wealth. Maybe so the people of the Orient as people who didn't respect their wealth as they probably should. Columbus, the island that we're San Salvador, have a palaces made of different kind of structures. Even seeing the people working for just a few naked Indians. At this, expecting to see the richest field, well, that must have been one of the more confusing times in Columbus's life. You see, Columbus took the works of Marco Polo to heart. He believed this was made of gold, so it must have been of some comfort to him, despite the fact that there were no Zora's palaces around. Well, that's another note that Columbus made in his journals about a passage which I'd like to think complete. Quote, the number of islands in India is so numerous that no living being could recount all of their qualities. So the sailors and pilots of those regions learned, and this is what is known from the sea charts and from observing the compasses of the Indian Sea. There are 1,378 islands at least in the sea, and all, they say, are inhabited. And so Columbus was undaunted. He decided to move on in his exploration of what he firmly believed were the Indies. He explored some more of the but his first major find was Cuba. He was heard to have said of Cuba, it's larger than England and Scotland taken together. It's not. Cuba is a very big island, so it's maybe forgiven for making such a statement. His next major find, the island would be known as Hispania. Columbus again. Mountains and hills, plains and pastures are both fertile and beautiful. The harbors are unbelievably good, and there are many wide rivers, which the majority contain gold. There are many spices and mines of gold and other metals. Columbus continues. It's important that the other islands that I saw or learned of always go naked. Some women from their private parts will leave for spray foliage, or the very reason the Silk Road, named the Silk Road, is not because of the spices and not because of the goods or the drugs. It is because it's which was one of the most highly contested and important communities brought from the East to Europe. In case for silk, we knew that it came from the Orient. So you would think that Columbus would see these natives going naked, not clothed in silk, not wearing no jewelry, having no promises of the lavish luxury that we were led to expect. You would think that some people, maybe very deep inside, would start to think, maybe I haven't found it. Maybe I barely know. And for Columbus's part, he would never ever admit for the rest of his life that what he had found was in fact the Caribbean, or as he believed, the Indian Ocean. Near Christmas Day, 1492, to Santa Maria, Rome, Columbus decided that since the Santa Maria he didn't have the space on board his other which might have run. He could there's two gold wine and due to the Christmas they named this one. I'd like to ask if you were 38 in an alien land with no way to find food, that between the hours that you fishing and foraging for food as well as building a much needed structure. Would you I don't think you were. So it's likely that the environment Columbus gave those men was to enhance health. However, these people had lives of their own, and duties that they had to do day that did not include Toiling is hard. They didn't have time to slave away in a dangerous. Columbus had said of the natives for some they were well built. Their bodies and features. They were hard, but not weak. Showed them a soul by the edge and cut themselves they have fire. Their spears are made of cane. They would make friends with 50 men and subjugate them all and make them do what we want. End quote. Some of the established God. Columbus left to go on board with fruits, some of the goods that he natives. He left on board the gold he was able to gather, even to more than two small nuggets of the to those back in Europe. He had managed to convince, probably by force, the natives to get on board and go back to Europe with him. These native people are unlike anybody the Europeans had. They didn't look like Arabs. The closest thing that could be compared to the Islanders, but there was even back in Europe, strong, methodic, unconventional. You didn't see the way it would be unconverted. I mean, feudalism was a very exploitative practice. As the simple was that were not even close to Americans. But these new natives, this was a new world Columbus found. Columbus in his entire life. These natives were not consumed against the rule. So imagine native causes news of Columbus spread the letter that he wrote Congress translated all even Columbus's voice in every time. However, Columbus promises to had not been almost no gold and none of the oriental that they were expecting. But Columbus did have quite a bit to show for his voyage, and in addition to that, made several wide assertions as to what was that not only recovering a huge amount of gold, the land over he was even known to like Hispaniola, years of gold nation. Of course, it's just what's going on? Oh no. Well, there's no reason to do this. You can just look, there were no fields of gold. Seriously, that's enough. That's enough. I'm so sorry about that. Regardless, there were fields of gold on this way. Columbus, with 17 ships, was 12 clear. This was no exploration. Invasion force. On board, there was a doctor. This doctor he was probably the first person to draw distinctions with peoples along their racial and tribal lines. The names used today have distinctions that he made are total nonsense. The leading source of used the doctor's name was Dr. Diego Alvarez Chunk, and he spoke of two that no humans also mentioned which is typically Typically today, the name that is most used is for the native peoples of the Caribbean. Really, all of these names were peoples, but that represent the people of the era. Now, the Carib, violent war, practiced the life, of course, was against, against the rule of man, or extermination. This is important because a further distinction was Rico, most people hyena would have lived on the these both completely extreme, well, then it became pieces and settlements on these smaller islands, and of course, this distinction is to say everybody in the Caribbean into one or two categories. That's just ridiculous. I mean, it's like saying that and very similar were civilized. Their cultures were almost unrecognizable. These cultures all saw themselves as simple, even warfare, even really different tribal things. And so what Dr. Alvarez said was merely an excuse to be able to do whatever. So the categories from data we take racial or tribal countries, but one who traveled to the Caribbean was really saying, and also no, and it was quite suddenly who come and eaten by the king. This was due to the inability of the Indians to take revenge on the Europeans, and it was done with it. To exterminate entire islands full of human. That was what they found. But the Europeans, there was all of 9 men left. The natives, and two, so the Spanish, they killed the woman and child. This began horrific genocide. And desire to exterminate the Carib people. How much they intended so they needed labor. They in Spanish instituted practice. They would force the natives of Hispaniola to collect gold. People about 14 years of age were to collect a certain amount of gold every 3 months, a quota. Upon receiving the gold, a Spanish official would give the native a copper token that they would hang around their neck. Now, any native that was found without a token, or who was unable to provide this quota of gold, would have their hands cut off and left to bleed to death. It was a horrific time for the natives of Hispaniola and the other islands that the Spanish had made their presence known. Of course, the natives did resist. They organized as well they could, but they were facing forces of mounted men wearing armor, carrying muskets, and cold steel. none of which were technologies that the native people had any knowledge of. There was also the issue of disease. See, disease spread so fast in the New World that it's really hard to wrap your mind around. The native people didn't have any resistance to the old world germs and viruses, and they died in record numbers. This happened all throughout the New World, and really it's possible to say that the only people who saw a New World that was untouched, by Europeans at least, were the people on that first voyage of Columbus, because everybody after that saw a world that had been ravaged by the disease of the Europeans. Within 2 years from Columbus's first voyage to the Caribbean, half of the natives of Hispaniola were dead. What disease and warfare didn't finish, the encomiendas managed to. See, the natives weren't finding enough gold because there wasn't enough gold to be found, so the Spanish organized these huge plantations, mostly sugar, but some other goods, where the natives were worked hard, daily, to death. Before the Spanish arrival, it is estimated that there were 250,000 natives on the island. By 1515, that's only about 20 years later, only 50,000 were left. It's 200,000 dead. By 1550, there was maybe 500 natives left, and a census of 1650 mentioned absolutely no natives of Hispaniola living on the island. Human history has a long and troubled past of terrible atrocities against other human beings. But I'd be hard-pressed to find anything that rivals what is about to happen in the New World to all of the native peoples. These numbers may not exactly be totally accurate. You see, our primary source for this period is a priest. His name was Bartolome de las Casas, and he wrote a multi-volume history of the Indies. It gives us essentially all we know about the period, aside from what the archaeological evidence can show. And even Columbus's writings, including those quotes that I've given in this episode, might be attributed to him, because Columbus's journals were lost at one point until Las Casas discovered them, which, of course, many historians find suspect, but some accept that he just transcribed journals that he found in the New World. At first, Las Casas was complicit in the Spanish conquest of the New World. He even participated actively in the conquest of Cuba. He set up an encomienda there, but owning that encomienda, he got to see firsthand the brutality that was done to the native peoples. So he began a campaign against the brutality that was happening to the native people of the Caribbean. He was even given the title of Protector of the Indians, to quote from his numerous writings about the atrocities done to the native peoples. Quote, "Endless testimonies prove the mild and pacific temperament of the natives, but our work was to exasperate, ravage, kill, mangle, and destroy." End quote. Las Casas had a simple solution to the problem of the atrocities done to the natives to ensure that the Spanish had a labor force. His solution was to once again try importing African slaves to work on the encomiendas. Now, eventually he did relent on this, seeing the suffering of the African peoples. He added them to his campaign of freeing the enslaved on Hispaniola. But it was, of course, too late. The Africans were, in many ways, indeed superior to the natives. They were not susceptible to the diseases of the Old World, considering that they had had much contact with the Old World and developed immunities to it. In addition, they were far from home. They had been torn from their families and the land they had known their entire lives, so they were less able to organize resistance than the native peoples. In nearly 100 years from the time that the Spanish began importing African slaves, by the year 1600, there were around 100,000 people that had been kidnapped, put in chains, and transported across the Atlantic. And that doesn't even count the untold numbers of men and women that died en route. This atrocious pattern continued all across the Caribbean, and even onto the mainland of the New World. The Spanish would conquer, through whatever means necessary, enslave the native people, until nearly all of them were dead, and then began to import African replacements for them. Within a mere number of decades, the Spanish had conquered the mainland. The conquistador Hernan Cortez defeated the Aztecs of Mexico, and that's a story that is mythical in scope. One of his deputies, a man named Pizarro, did the exact same thing to the Inca Empire in South America. These were two warlike, great, large, and powerful empires that had been completely destroyed and turned into massive mining colonies for the Spanish, creating amazing amounts of gold and silver that they were going to smelt and ship back to Spain. At first, they did this in gold and silver bars, but eventually they were sending minted coins back to Spain in larger numbers than Spain could ever hope to produce on its own. This solidified the beginning of the first truly global empire, one that spanned both hemispheres. It was a rival to, and perhaps even surpassed, the empires of Alexander or the Romans or even the Mongols. Their empire was unparalleled in its power. That power was due to the money that they were creating. It was so influential, in fact, that our modern dollar sign here in the US and in other countries was actually first coined by the Spanish. See, the dollar sign, or something very similar to it, appeared on their minted pieces of 8, which are, of course, going to become very important to our story of Caribbean piracy in a very short amount of time. If you think about the dollar sign, it looks kind of like an S with 2 lines drawn through it. On the piece of 8, those 2 lines represented the Pillars of Hercules, which is essentially where the Spanish Empire began. And what we would think of as an S on the pieces of 8 looked a little bit more like a representation of the 2 hemispheres, which showed that the coins minted there were a symbol of the hemisphere spanning power of the Spanish Empire. These pieces of 8, of course, became so prevalent in the Caribbean and around Europe that even today, the symbol printed on them means money. So, in a record amount of time, we have rushed through the creation of what is potentially the greatest empire the world has ever known. But whatever happened to the man who discovered that empire? Who found the lands upon which that empire would be forged? Christopher Columbus. Well, Columbus was eventually granted a governorship, the governorship of Hispaniola. He made a total of 4 voyages. However, he disagreed and conflicted with the Spanish monarchs on a number of issues, and eventually his rank as admiral, as well as his governorship, were revoked, and he went back to Spain, where he fell into new madness. Not entirely insane, but he became quite unhinged. And it was there that he died, a very, very rich man. And of course, Columbus never admitted that he had found the New World. He asserted, even until his death, that he had found a sea route to Asia, something even his son, who was a governor in the Caribbean, knew to be false, which is probably why his name does not christen the New World. Another explorer, Amerigo Vespucci, who explored extensively in the New World, got that of having his name imprinted upon this large, fertile, and glorious land known as the Americas. I think that'll just about do it for this week. I brushed past a lot of very, very big topics, but considering the scope of what I was trying to cover, I think I can be forgiven. I do want to go into some of these big topics in more depth. Topics like the native peoples of the Caribbean, the conquest of the Americas, and of course, slavery. However, I'm not going to do that next week. I think it's about time to move on with our story. I'm toying with some different ways to get these episodes to you, perhaps offering a membership option that will allow people to get access to special episodes, or some other way to reward loyal listenership. Next week, we're going to be covering the religious divide in Europe that led to many of the conflicts in the Caribbean that were a direct cause of piracy. This is going to lead to characters like Martin Luther, Henry VIII, and Queen Elizabeth. There have been several big advancements in the world of the Pirate History Podcast, first of them being that we now have a website. That's piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find maps as well as pictures and some supplemental information to the episodes. The website also now has a donation button through PayPal. If there are any wonderfully kind souls out here that are enjoying the podcast and would like to help support it, we'd really appreciate it. Donations help keep the podcast afloat and offset the cost of things like hosting and research materials. The theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you found that you enjoyed it, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over and check us out at piratehistorypodcast.com, follow us on Twitter at rabbirothschild, or go ahead and like us on Facebook. Every little bit helps get the podcast noticed. Most importantly, I really hope you enjoyed yourselves. Thank you for listening. We were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake on the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by crash tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time is that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on the piece of 8, which represented the pillars of Hercules being the 2 dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of Funkman pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it is a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the single/dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer. There was a short hand used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line drawn through it. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything that I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at thepiratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues and anything like that. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, and in England. And we're going to be talking about the political upheaval of this college, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, A bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not quite talked about when we don't talk. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person in every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of what would become Germany, you could be safe. But if you were to just move over to parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe where you apprised. But you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted you ahead because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even on to people like Benjamin Franklin. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict started. I'd like to introduce that conflict with a quote from Winston Churchill. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from volume 2 of that work, subtitled The New World. Quote, we have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period of time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative activity. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. The popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rulers, with the lusts and pomps of other cruelties, yet they claimed to carry with them spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences to remit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their ability. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they were uncorrected. Excellent point. It really gives just a perfect introduction to everything we've been talking about, and sums up almost every point that I'm going to try to touch on. However, there is one key thing that develops. It doesn't go into any detail about the key role that the church played in Europe during the Middle Ages, which I think is kind of important to understand today's story to its fullest. The Catholic Church was, during the time of the Roman Empire, part of a triad on the Empire. There was, of course, the Roman Church. There was the Roman imperial bureaucracy, and then there were the legions. So when the fall of Rome came, really those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away. The church was left all throughout Europe, trying to tend to the spiritual needs of its flock, without any support at all. So it had to work from scratch to build that support. It did so by allies like the various tribes who were vying for control of the European continent. There were some very big alliances, such as the one between France and the Catholic Church that wound up creating what we know of today as the whole Roman Empire. It even managed to hold on, just much stronger in some cases, but in Gaul and the former province of Hispania, which would have been the Iberian Peninsula, even in Britannia, which was the farthest flung part of the empire to the north, and that was subsequently invaded by pagan barbarians, the Anglo-Saxon invasions, which threatened to wipe out the Catholic Church entirely, but they managed to hold on and ally themselves with people who were likely to come out and somehow all of these people lived. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer. They had really the only schools that were there. If you were going to get any sort of form of health care anywhere in there, it was going to be a church facility. They also had a massive communications network between dioceses that if any of these strong were intended to be king and actually rule, they were going to need to make use of that communications network. Perhaps even the most important point was the Roman Church had on their side the Word of God. Many of these barbarians were, before this, pagans following Christ the Norsemen. They would have made sacrifices to Odin and Thor. For their enemies, the people who were fighting were frequently people making sacrifices to the same two gods. So if they could ingratiate themselves with the church, then they would have the ear of the god of Rome. The god would help build the most powerful empire in the world that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer. And it seemed to work out because people who allied themselves with the church usually wound up on top. And in many cases, these kingdoms that they began were the foundations for many of Europe's modern countries even today. The church was central in the world. However, the church had to ingrain itself into the civilization of people. They had to make themselves indispensable to the European way of life. And they did so in a fantastic way. The church was there at every major life event you had. When you were born, the church was there to baptize. When you were married, the church was there to marry. When your children were born, they were there to baptize your children. When you died, the church was there to pray. Not only was the church central to the lives of the people here, they were central to the aristocracy as well. See, people in Spain and the Holy Roman Empire didn't speak the same language. However, they were able to communicate by using Latin. They used Latin, the language of Rome, because that was what was taught in the church schools. So really, they had recreated those three pillars of the Roman Empire. The church still existed, but they had recreated government, and through the armies of these different nations, they had recreated the legions, which they could call upon at any time if they needed to defend themselves or those like the Muslims in a crusade. That's not to say that there wasn't conflict. There definitely was. Even at the outset of the Holy Roman Empire, the first major alliance, the leader of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome, vying for control. The Holy Roman Empire has had a great tradition of conflict with Rome. One of their later Holy Roman emperors, Frederick Barbarossa, he even went so far as to elevate a personally chosen pope of his own in defiance of the Roman. He didn't like the way that the Roman pope was doing business, which was exactly what the Roman Church had become, a business. You could go so far as to consider all the nations of Europe subsidiary companies, with their parent company, the Catholic Church, and the Pope as its CEO. And the church had thusly become extremely wealthy. They owned massive tracts of land from which they collected rents. They collected forced tithes from every citizen here. Now you might picture them passing a given living for. However, a tithe was a forced tax. You had to give a certain amount of money. And if you weren't able to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't just your soul that was in trouble. The secular authorities would get involved. Your life could very well be due to how well the church was doing. The church and its popes had developed really expensive practices. Throughout the Middle Ages, popes were growing wealthier and wealthier, and they even started fighting to keep the papacy a familiar dynastic tradition. They had palaces that these families owned. They had extraordinarily large quantities of gold. Popes had mistresses, and they even threw parties that would make even the most decadent Roman emperors rich. Despite the fact that they were making huge amounts of money, they needed to raise revenues. And they decided to do that through the sale of indulgences. I imagine most of you know all about this. However, for the innovation, an indulgence was a legal decree that allowed your soul to move past earth and heaven. Purgatory was a place where, well, when you died, according to the church, your soul was bound for hell or heaven, either to be burned or electrocuted. However, to get to hell, you had to commit a pretty grievous sin. It was immortal, something defiantly against God. Or The rest of us who had committed a mortal sin, we were going to go to heaven. But first, we had to have our earthly sins purged. And that was done in that place called purgatory. My favorite description of purgatory is probably the one we find about the he envisions purgatory as a mountain spiraling up towards heaven. After death, your soul went to that mountain of purgatory, and while it ascended that mountain to get to heaven, it underwent several trials, 7.5, that were intended to purge away the 7 deadly sins, so that when you got to the top or in heaven, your soul would be clean enough to bask in the glory of God. So purgatory wasn't a particularly nice place. It wasn't as bad as hell, but it wasn't a place that you necessarily wanted to be. So the church had these indulgences that it hope would grant to you that would allow your soul to skip over the unpleasant stuff known as purgatory. At certain times, the church was known to sell these indulgences for money. This was the Rome, a Rome of lavish luxury and extreme decadence, a Rome that was seen by many to be swindling its parishioners by lying to them about being able to get them into heaven for money. This was the Rome that at the end of a very long journey was first encountered by Martin Luther. Martin Luther was one of tens of thousands of people that make a pilgrimage to Rome every year, many of them members of the clergy in an effort to find themselves closer to God. Martin Luther has taken this journey on the advice of a higher authority who would suggest that he do so, because Martin Luther was in a troubled mind. He always found himself somewhat distant from the presence of God that he hoped to feel. In fact, Martin Luther came from a very troubled youth himself. His father was a member of a growing metal house in Germany who, by all accounts, was not a very kind man. However, he did send his son Martin off to the university, a very respected university, where he was supposed to train to become a lawyer. And for a while he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there wound up serving him well later on. But after a run of plague, in which many of his friends died, and then a near-death experience on a lonesome road during a very violent thunderstorm, Martin Luther decided to dedicate himself to God. However, after becoming one and going through those ordeals, he never felt himself truly in the presence of God. He never felt God's love for him. The church taught him that to feel God's love, there were two ways of it. One was doing good works, which were good works according to the church, things that the church believed should do. The other was through suffering and service. And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but also undertook suffering and pains on a level that was dangerous. He would wear those horsehair shirts with the hair on the inside and the extremely uncomfortable all the time. He would flagellate himself until he nearly went to death. More than once, his brothers had to pull him in from the cold when he was outside, nearly nude, freezing to death, trying with all of his might to feel the presence of God through suffering. And yet, Martin Luther never did feel the presence of God, not in his heart. So it was suggested that he take his pilgrimage to Rome, and he did. And he left 2 months to get from his monastery to Rome. And upon arriving in Rome, this was the height of the Italian Renaissance. When he arrived in Rome, literally, Michelangelo was painting the roof of the Sistine Chapel. Raphael was painting the Pope's apartments and decorating them in lavish ways. There were some of the greatest artists and thinkers and architects of all time living and working in Italy, especially in Rome, at this time in Martin Luther died. Not only was Rome culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the center of church power. This was the center of God's house. This was where God was closest to earth and spoke directly to the Pope, the leaders of the Catholic Church, to which Martin Luther had dedicated himself. At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty and grandeur of Rome, as I imagine anybody would be arriving in Italy at about the time of the Italian Renaissance. But soon, that veneer of awe began to fade. One of Martin Luther's first destinations, as a man who saw suffering as the best way to get closer to God, was a crypt in which the remains of thousands of martyrs were buried. However, when he arrived at this crypt, he learned that he would have to pay a fee to enter and see the remains of his enemies, which he did, and that earned him an indulgence. a token that led him to his life. And that was just the beginning. In a sermon that understandably time Martin Luther was giving in Rome in front of many very impressed members of the clergy, he overheard one of them say, "Just a heart." This was Martin Luther's experience time after time at nearly every site he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome. And so he returned to Germany, even more disillusioned than he had gone to. He began to feel that there was something wrong. In his writings, he frequently asked his friends, "Why can't I feel God's love?" And so in 1511, upon showing the improvement of Rome, he was sent to Wittenberg, a town in Germany that had just built a new university and had a couple of small churches and occupations. There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who had handled Martin Luther. After getting to know him a bit, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university. At first, Martin Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons for it. One of them being that the amount of work in the Jewish schedule would kill him, to which this leader replied, "That's okay. God has much use for clever men." He always knew just what to say to Martin Luther. And so Martin Luther became a teacher, forced to leave his world of meditation and suffering and penance and interact with them. He had to look these students in the eye and tell them with authority what the Word of God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was while studying these texts that he began to see discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught and what the church was preaching in the year 1511. He realized, digging through these ancient texts, that to him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love in. Many years had passed between the time that he went to Rome and the time that he started teaching. The old pope had died, and they had chosen a new pope, a man named Leo the Tenth. If I were to picture a movie about Martin Luther, I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever curious. And if I were to picture Leo the Tenth, I would picture a man who was bold-eyed and stern and brief, and at the same time enjoyed his human rights to a sumptuous extent. I would also imagine that every time he were on screen, there would be that ominous music accompanying his arrival, something that lets you know that an evil presence had arrived. Now, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship between Martin Luther and Leo the Tenth actually was, but that's definitely how it's been recorded and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo was not exactly careful with money. He went on these extravagant war hunts. He threw these huge dinner parties at which it was reported at the time by people who, it should be said, were not pro the papacy. But they reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of pies to entertain all of the guests at the feast. It was said even, and this is not necessarily proven to be true, but that he vetoed a decree that the bishop had made that said that there should be a limit on the number of young boys that the clergy could keep for their comfort. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive proof of it, but this was something that was believed at the time. More to the point, something that can be proven is that within 2 years of having been raised to the papacy, the coffers of the church were empty. And this was due not just to his lavish parties and war hunts, but to the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. You see, all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1517, in order to raise some more money to complete the work on St. Peter's Basilica, Leo X began a campaign of new indulgences. These indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had been before. They were also made much more available than any other indulgences. Before, you would have to prove that you'd done good works to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins, sins that even people who believed in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these indulgences, it should be noted that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for raping the Virgin Mary. However, these indulgences of the 1517 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions of dollars. There was a man a bishop known as Johann Tetzel that was put in charge of the campaign for these indulgences. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, "When the coin in his coffer rings, and the soul heavenward rings." And that was all it took. Just a little bit of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory after death, would be able to skip over that nasty little stuff and go right into it, no matter what you did wrong, according to these indulgences. Beyond that, one of the big problems that many people had with this 1517 indulgence campaign was that before, you had to earn an indulgence during your life. But now, if you wanted to buy an indulgence for somebody who had died, say, your mother had passed away, and you didn't want her to suffer in purgatory, you could just give the church just a little bit of money, and all of a sudden she would go straight to heaven. These indulgences were widely hated all throughout Europe, no more so than in Germany, which had become the prime market to sell these indulgences. Martin Luther himself had noted that many of his congregation, including his students, had stopped coming to his services and stopped coming to class because they were told that all they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the church a little bit of coin. This, understandably, enraged Martin Luther. The story of what's to come is really a turning point in the history of Western civilization. Because of the importance of it, because of that story, the thing that really set this fire off is usually told in very melodramatic ways. It's told as if it's an epic tale, almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, this scene would have to begin with very dark, brooding, and epic music. October 31st, 1517, All Hallows Eve. In the small town of Wittenberg, a young monk by the name of Martin Luther has learned that the church is interfering with his flock. They are being lied to, told that for a small amount of coin they can earn an indulgence, which is putting their immortal souls in danger of eternal damnation. In a rage, Martin Luther flies to his study where he grabs ink, pen, and paper and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope, Leo X. Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people. He grabs his hammer and nail and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 theses upon it, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down. Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God. Again he raises his nail and brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever. But, of course, that's not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you'd like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome, I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple of minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble. Martin Luther was an academic, an educated man. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer. And even more so, he was a monk, so not exactly a rash person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 theses and put them on the church door, where the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 Theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that easily, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss them. Now, it doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out there, which Martin Luther did, in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and the power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. And his writings caught on in a way And I don't think he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the Catholic Church was doing, problems that they had that he thought needed to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of them that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their lives. So they took what Luther had said and really kind of ran with it. At first, it was the students. Young people and students are frequently people in history and our modern world that will take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it. They would pass around copies of the 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther and read them and discuss them in ways that people who were parts of the aristocracy and the respectable members of society probably weren't yet. And this spread throughout all of his regional sites, and then it further out into Germany, and then into what we call the Netherlands, and all throughout that northern central region of Europe very quickly. It didn't take long before a copy of the 95 Theses appeared on the desk of Leo X. As you can imagine, the Pope was not competitive. His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther heresies, and they sent a bishop to interrogate Martin Luther about what he was doing out there. During the interrogation, Martin Luther was uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was sent to interrogate him. These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Catholic Church had no right to take. With Martin Luther being so unresponsive to the bishop that they sent to interrogate him, the next action they took was to label Martin Luther himself a heretic, which is a pretty big deal. When they labeled a heretic, they're told to come back to Rome to make a discussion of crimes, which, for somebody who was a heretic on the level of Martin Luther, that wouldn't have been a deal. There was another priest about 100 years before, Janus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church, and when labeled heretics and told to come to Rome to discuss his crimes, he did so. He was subsequently burned at the stake. Martin Luther knew that it was a bad idea for him to go there. However, in most places, that wouldn't have been up to him. If the church and the Pope requested your presence, then you better go, and if you didn't of your own volition, then the local authorities would collect you, arrest you, and send you down to Rome. However, in the town of Wittenberg, things were a little bit different. There was a noble who is known today as Friedrich the Wise. He enjoyed the publicity that Martin Luther's writings were bringing to his small town, as well as the university. Friedrich was the one who founded that university, and he saw this as not only good advertisement in the press, but also something that would make the town of Wittenberg remembered forever, which, frankly, it's kind of has been. He decided to protect Martin Luther and not order his men to collect and arrest him. This was, of course, very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to print up more and more copies of his 95 Theses, as well as new pamphlets that were becoming less and less the writings of a great Catholic priest, and more the writings of someone who was an open protest against the church. Some of these writings would get subsequently dirtier and dirtier, making the Pope like that was almost evil. There are woodcuts from some of Martin Luther's publications, painting the Pope as a pig. There is a woodcut, which I'm very fond of. It has on the left side a picture of Christ washing a beggar's feet. Above it, those are Christus. And next to it, the Pope, Leo X, having his feet kissed. Above it, labeled Antichristus. This had gone beyond simply some complaints about the church to really open rebellion. If this was a rebellion, Martin Luther had a lot on his side. Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility, he had things that many people who had come before him didn't have. Most notably, the printing press. He was able to publish not just copies of his 95 Theses, but pamphlets that amounted to just propaganda against the church frequently and distribute them all over Europe. This made it impossible for the church to quash any of his writings, no matter how many of them they collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in European society that was new to the European experience. They were really, for the first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had plenty of money and a fair amount of power without being connected to either nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had really had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something inside of him. an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds that faced him. Despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in the Western world. Luther knew just how unstable his footing was, so he took necessary steps, to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the power of the Catholic Church. He wrote a pamphlet to the Christian nobility of the German people. This pamphlet argued, quote, German money, in defiance of nature, flies over the Alps. This argument held a lot of weight to the German nobility. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people. Even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy, long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way that the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility in the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people and not the Pope in Rome. Now, it seems to me that a friend in that case, like Frederick the Wise, he may have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what arguments would work best to motivate the German nobility to protect this burgeoning Lutheran movement. And it seemed to work. Many other nobles took part in this and really joined arms with Frederick the Wise and the Lutheran cause. However, the man that they really had to convince was Charles V, a young 19-year-old, newly raised Holy Roman Empire who was staunchly Catholic. But in 1520, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's case, which was just in time because in Rome, the Pope had issued an order of excommunication for Martin Luther. Excommunication was the most powerful weapon the Pope had in his arsenal to fight a heretic like Martin Luther. And he sent a bishop with the bull of excommunication, stopping at every town he crossed to read the excommunication of Martin Luther, to let anybody who might have any sympathy for the Lutheran cause know that this was going to be nipped in the bud shortly. However, the further north you go, across the Alps and into the Holy Roman Empire, and into the region known as Germany, the less and less sympathy the bishops had. He would find that every time he would pass around copies of the bull of excommunication, they would be torn or burned or even thrown into the river. Martin Luther's movement was growing, and it was growing even beyond Lutheranism. This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument, and had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had religious control over the people of Germany, to whether or not the Romans had any right to the political control over the people of Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the peasantry, began to revolt. Some of these revolts were more peaceful, some of them were more violent, some of them were outright rebellion against their overlords. However, Martin Luther fanned the flames of rebellion. You see, after his many other publications, he published perhaps his best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published a Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. You see, Bibles had always been published in Latin. And Martin Luther, who had read the texts of the Greek and the Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible in a language that the Bible was actually written in. So these people were able to read a Bible in their own language without the filter of the Catholic Church. And what they found out, finally able to read the Bible for themselves, was that what the Catholic Church was teaching them was not exactly the teachings of the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with the many other cultural forces pushing them to overthrow the old order. Germany was in chaos. Germany was in chaos, the Netherlands were in chaos, the Low Countries were in chaos, Switzerland was in chaos. Essentially, the way that Europe had worked for the past 1,000 years was turned on its head, all due to the publication of a Bible that the people could actually read. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first man to publish a Bible in the language that the common people could read. There were a couple of other people before him who had done this. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German, they published the Bible in English. In the 14th century, there was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities to him. First of all, he was a monk. He was also a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a seminary in Canada. This was something that brought Luther to his realization, and I think also had a large influence on Luther. He had other similarities to Luther, philosophical similarities. He believed, much like Luther, that the focus of religious teaching should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God, and that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that has been filtered through a Catholic media. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the very Catholic Church the Catholic Church. Things like the sacrament, or the existence of sainthood, or the very existence of the papacy at all. He was, in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started. And in 1380, he started perhaps the most radical thing that he had done yet, a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly from the Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek and Hebrew texts. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which created a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous," end quote. Or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner," end quote. Now, these are, of course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar with, but not unfamiliar with Latin, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read, at least not easily. Luther had built a movement around his beliefs that actually gained a lot of strength in Europe. However, the Pope quashed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned, and his followers all arrested. However, even today, 170 copies of this Bible still exist. And this was in a time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of this manuscript. For so many to still exist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing it and passing it around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. It was a clandestine activity where people who believed the power of the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in their nation of England, well, they were trying to undermine it quietly but as powerfully as possible. And this continued even up until the time of Henry VIII. Henry VIII collected every copy of the Wycliffe Bible he could get his hands on, as well as any subsequent translation, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted for 2 days solid. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another one, a man named William Tyndale. There's a quote from William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of, and that's actually the key one. Quote, "In many years I will cause a boy to drive a crowd to know more of the scriptures than thou dost." This was saying that he wanted the people of his country to know the actual scriptures and the word of God and not have it fed to them by a third party. And unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it very nearly is. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly in the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that the Kingdom didn't really think needed to be in there for the common people to see, but it's very, very close to what's in the King James Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially sedition in England, because the king in England at the time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the Catholic faith. That wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after Tyndale's death, unfortunately, but Henry VIII, of course, eventually recanted his Catholic faith. You see, his first wife had not given him a son. This was something that any monarch, especially a king, was vitally important to have a strong heir that he knew could succeed him on the throne. There were, of course, many other factors and many other tensions building between Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, but this one really set it off because Henry VIII, as we all probably know, believed that it was his wife's fault that he couldn't have a son. He had, of course, a daughter. However, unable to divorce her, he cut ties with the Catholic Church and married another woman. This woman was not a Catholic because neither was Henry VIII. Neither was Henry's second daughter that that marriage produced. But of course, Henry eventually married another woman with whom he had a son. Finally, Henry VIII had a son, an heir, that he knew would succeed him. However, Henry VIII was a pragmatic man, so he set rules of succession that were anything untoward to happen to his son, his daughter would take the throne. His eldest daughter, as it happens, who was the product of a Catholic marriage and herself a Catholic woman. For a newly Anglican country, this potentially spelled disaster. But Henry had another woman, the product of an Anglican marriage, who was, by all accounts, bright, even brilliant, who was ambitious, who was extremely resilient, and who would make a great focus and figurehead for the growing Protestant movement in England. We'll talk about her next week, about the turbulent ascension of power, about the internal struggles that she overcame to become one of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, and her daring campaign to defy both the Pope and the Spanish Empire to rival their claim on the monopoly of the New World Empire. A feat for which she employs gentlemen adventurers with names like Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Francis Drake. But that'll do it for this week, everybody. Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode, and I hope that I didn't offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still, for a lot of people, a very controversial and emotional topic. It was my intent that, even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as balanced and honest as possible. So hopefully you'll tune in next week. Our theme music this week was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Philly. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy it. So why not go on over and check them out at philly.com.au. That's phillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to historypodcast.com. Leave a comment or question. And then you can go on over to Twitter, follow us at Black Flagcast, or on Facebook. Thank you so much for listening.
Rabbi, we were all hypnotized by the sound of the scales from the old country told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles I see from a voice like a shake on the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by crowd tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Hello, and welcome to the Private History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to get to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west, in North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies in what would one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing Good Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of a Yorkish rebellion, another civil war, another War of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on a continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery to Henry. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancée of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him a male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. His divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there is a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to Henry. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so he could go ahead and toss incest onto the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him, finally, a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language for her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her face to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful near the end. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable with grief. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly, and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old, her brother, the King of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mildly. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and the relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. A resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. And that will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dying. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review, either iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brillig. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. It helps us with the cost of research materials, as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and give us a like over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us at rothschild. Every little bit really helps this podcast rise.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a pint and a pound. His stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake on the trees, and the face of an angel, all battered by crowd tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we discussed the early days of Queen Elizabeth's rule. We talked about the challenges she faced, as well as the tactics that she used to overcome them, including a new class of mariners, men who were young, ambitious, eager to make their fortunes in the land, known as the gentlemen adventurers. And we talked about some of England's earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Lovell. At least one, maybe two of these voyages had on board a young, highly talented mariner named Francis Drake. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous had been, that also had on board Francis Drake. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain forever, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7. I will drop in. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country Englishmen born in or around the town of Plymouth, who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the Queen, and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy. But I didn't give much background about any of these men, and I'd like to about Francis Drake. Now, we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born a nobleman, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and a few arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1540. We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer, a shepherd, and a cloth manufacturer. Now, this was pretty typical of many farmers in England, especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them raised sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was in one's time export. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the English church. However, it doesn't exactly make him a pacifist. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was something of a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are several arrest records about him. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing a man with another accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After these two incidents, his father was forced to leave home. The shame was just too great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other boys from the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became quick friends. It's also acknowledged that they were, quote, close kinsmen, unquote. In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or a close family friend. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read and write. That's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you'd consider gentlemanly language. That included how to behave at a dinner table, how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from higher up merchants to nobility to even royalty. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before, and they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of the Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt for their education on board a ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to the Low Countries, even occasionally in the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods, when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come upon a small, unsuspecting ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of the sword. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board any of these trading voyages, but he probably was. We do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was alongside him. Our first records of Francis Drake on board a ship don't happen until he is about 17 or 18 years old, but then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins family. Now, these voyages were voyages that went primarily into French waters that had a single goal: the sacking, plunder, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable vocation at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way up to the Queen, would turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages of the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in nautical voyages. I've made mention of it, but I haven't really gone into much depth about it. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be something that's very expensive. You needed, of course, a seaworthy ship. You needed a captain and other officers. You needed a crew, as well as provisions to keep that crew alive. You would need to take care of the maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need things like rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together. Sails. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case anything happened. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those early rifles that existed, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and cold steel. Now, this was a large investment for any single person to make. There were, of course, people in England who were rich enough to finance their own expeditions. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, it would be a huge loss to whoever was the single person that invested in it. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses began. That, of course, meant that there was a smaller return for a single investor. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage, either to piracy or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, kind of like the Muscovy Company that we talked about last week, that's why they were cropping up all over Europe, and investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage they could find. It wasn't just the merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were investing in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to get his voyage paid for until he had the backing of the King and Queen of Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage paid for. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth would back a voyage, then many other investors in her court would decide that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be investing in something that she cared about. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court to be investing in many voyages, but if they managed to convince Elizabeth herself, then other members of her Privy Council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the crown, such as John Hawkins' voyages were. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest counselors. This was deeply inflammatory to both the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was something of a gamble on Elizabeth's part, but she was betting on Philip of Spain's need to keep himself out of the Vietnam War. He was still engaged in the Low Countries. He was still at heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa, in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary, Queen of Scots, in her custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port at Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary wasn't really Philip. It was probably Guzman de Silva, the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested every move that the Queen made. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had the blessing, but not the backing. However, all that De Silva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free, and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman de Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more dismissive treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold and wax and ivory and pearls. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, hopes were high. He was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Lovell was. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the king's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other and probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London for the plot, that rebellion to undermine Queen Mary and put Elizabeth on the throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's succession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to come into his bedchamber sometimes, very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic running of England. He was a notoriously honest man, the man Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's safety. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and brightly colored stockings and those strange puffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it and a sword at his hip. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black. A very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a folio under his hip. And these were the two most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as a positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would be. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that was inappropriate. However, he probably got it behind the scenes. It's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world, or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another major war leader, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins' hometown. Everyone who was anyone wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely well funded. He had all the money and provisions and armaments he could need, but the crew was somewhat harder to come by. Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did, they didn't make any money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to the press stage. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over the head, and then these poor men would wake up on board a ship on their way to the Americas. The press gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to flush out their ships, and they were ready to set sail. And on October 2nd, 1567, they did so. There were 6 ships total on the fleet. The two that belonged to the Queen were the 700-ton Jesus of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained by John Hawkins himself, and the 300-ton Minion. The other four ships belonged to the Hawkins brothers, William and John. First of all, the aptly named William and John. Then there was the Swallow, the Angel, and the Judith. Now we know Francis Drake was aboard the Judith. However, reports are conflicting as to what his rank on the Judith was. Later in life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain from the moment they set sail. There were also testimonies from some of his men that said he was the captain from the very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible as they could find. So these testimonies aren't exactly trustworthy. But he was, at the time, at least on board the Judith. It's also important to mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying atop the mainmast. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth herself that ordered him not to offend England's allies, namely Portugal and Spain. However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva knew this. Just a few days after setting sail, the fleet was scattered by a terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. But almost as soon as the storm ended, the Angel managed to find the Jesus of Lubbock. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage, to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was their first destination. The Minion, the William and John, and the Swallow could find each other as well, and they were heading to the Canaries. However, Drake's ship, the Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed sunk. It took a few days, but when John Hawkins had nearly made it to port in the Canaries, he caught up with the Judith. Francis Drake, who was almost certainly its captain by now, had sailed straight through the storm, with no loss of life and almost no damage to the ship. This had to be kind of impressive to John Hawkins, who was an old friend but a highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping in the port. Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to this same port on the voyage of John Lovell just a few years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail into port on his own, and that was probably a smart move, because when these three ships made landfall, a militia was marched out to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all three of them were bristling with firepower and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus of Lubbock was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair it, as long as they agreed to stay on board, not come ashore, and not cause any trouble. But if you're a sailor who has just escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't take to those orders too well, and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dudley. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed Dudley. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen. and he said that this was as bad as striking the queen herself. Hawkins ordered Dudley put in handcuffs. He drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his life. He begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged of his favor. Even a foreign priest came down to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally he did. He helped Dudley to his feet and removed the irons himself. There were no more incidents while in court. Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far away, and as soon as the Jesus was repaired, they set sail to meet him. When Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other three ships were waiting, the celebration ensued. The governor was kind enough to bring them food, wine, and even a large number of fresh oranges. However, in their revelry and in their drink, many of the Englishmen began to disrespect this warm welcome that the Spanish had given. They went ashore and they burned effigies of his saints. They shot their cannon at a local church. They overturned the cross and even set fire to the door of a local hermitage. Now these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil did. They were Puritans, and they were highly religious. They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board. They saw their actions in the Spanish court as defensible and justified in the eyes of God. They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope and the saints and the Virgin Mary as ungodly and sinful, and the worship of false idols. And they weren't alone in Europe. They were members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists. So you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to and shooting your church with cannons. The question is, though, is that what Queen Elizabeth would have wanted? Now, we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder when dealing with Spain and Portugal. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased from port. They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second invasion. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that the history starts to get a little bit muddy. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that 1 or maybe 2 of the French ships were added to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but 2 of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found in support agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it all on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time, a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet, commanded by a French captain named Paul Blondel. However, it's also said that a few days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, a ship in that fleet called the rothschild, the grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captaincy. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Drake was already a captain, according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain into the French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that set up in England. So I tried to synthesize these different accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the different accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. It sounds like when Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings, he sent Drake along with some other ships on ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French pirates on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question, because if you recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves with several French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake had planned ahead to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates at the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit with. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later say that they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Gracia de Dios, that grace of God. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some of Drake's men that said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the Caravel after they took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain before this. However, a prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact on the Judith at the outset of her voyage. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents at piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass any Catholics on the African coast, as well as add to the total number of African slaves that they had taken, while both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability to the authorities at large. There's no account of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that he has been given his own solo command. So, while this all seems very plausible to me, don't quote me on your history examples. However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet met back up a little bit larger than it was when they left England. They had about 500 or 600 slaves, and at this point, Francis Drake is undisputably Captain Francis Drake. The fleet crossed the Atlantic and made it to the Caribbean. Their first landfall was at Dominica. However, there was no European settlement at Dominica, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on. To once again quote Susan Rodman from her book The Pirate Queen, quote, at his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and set in, quote, in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with the phrase in the French language, vengeance for La Florida, end quote. Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed remaining Spanish outposts in Florida by early 1568. Ever the crowd pleaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so grateful that 9 days of friendly trading, running for gold, and feasting followed. End quote. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination. That was a place called Borderata, and they found Borderata as well abandoned and set by the French. Once again, Hawkins sent men out to entice the colonists back to town, and they set up what could be described as a trading emporium on the beach. We learned from the colonists that the French had also attacked Ponce de Leon and the Spanish capital in the region, and he began to trade with them, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore and on the dock. Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic. Hawkins and especially Drake knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had had a huge problem getting rid of any slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell the slaves, to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really supervillain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack the Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter? And then John Hawkins could sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then, once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help them out building. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his orders from the Queen, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it, and this could prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this Catholic trade, which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves, where he sold a few, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he would like. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, cleaned of all the barnacles and other nastiness that ships collect while at sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince the people to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter in return that said, quote, "Before my eyes I saw the governor, my predecessor, carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last being here, an example for me that I fall not into the like or worse." End quote. So the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo command. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Hacha while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was now in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shore. We were quitted with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravel of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the angel and with Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in spite of 200 Spanish arquebusiers shot, and anchored again before the town. till our general's coming, who anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of one man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon. John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Plata, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive, at which point Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore, and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders that decided not to surrender to them. They raided the Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Plata was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use in the previous voyages, but it was really, at that point, more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Plata and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they found it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He fired off his cannons several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves in the town. And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to grow dangerous very shortly. Hurricane season was on the way, and they realized that they could not wait any longer in the curtain. So they decided to cut their losses and head for home, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made a tidy profit on this voyage. Nobody was going there poor. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell the hurricane. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus of Lubbock, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea water, for in her stern, on either side of the stern post, her planks did open and shut with every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm. The living fish did swim upon the ballast as in the sea. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pumps constantly and filled every hole, only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order to abandon ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it out alive. But the winds did, finally, die down. However, their fortunes did not improve. William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen, because they were sunk. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on this voyage. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm had blown them. None of their sailors, or their pilots, or their captains knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly on light breezes for days. But then, on the horizon, appeared 2 Spanish ships. Francis Drake was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured them with ease. He got food and water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and a pilot who knew where they were and where they were going. They had drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico, near the Yucatan Peninsula. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz, which was the closest major port for they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return to the mainland. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail the Corsair cruise. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet struck down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing to the Spanish main, terra firma. This was a very important city, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive one. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength in which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off the coast, however. It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of a position that controlled the harbor, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this flota had on board the newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon him, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the Atlantic Ocean became impassable, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their peasants. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the island where our men were, passing to and fro of companies of more men than required for the necessary business, and many other ill likelihoods which caused us to have a vehement suspicion." The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. And on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice-admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon her. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to aid the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery," end quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict between Spain and England. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed in. But that will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast on its head. We really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured, and before long, all of them were hungry. Some of them even starving. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stung after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and an English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report of what had happened in the Caribbean. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayer. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with the fleet later. He had seeing his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters or reprisal against this change, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to be dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in Elizabeth's reign. However, we're going to wait on this story. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, in an event that has been called by historians Drake's War. This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the World. After his meeting with the Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history for a little while. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage. If he was not imprisoned, then it still might have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until the heat died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake went on a couple of legitimate and pretty small trading voyages either to Africa or back to the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions, because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen to be and reported as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and potentially a family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest egg, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean. 3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by the elder Hawkins brother, William, and one of them was actually captained by William Hawkins. The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods or African goods. Then, the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west, across the Atlantic, back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep any official record of it, and the Spanish records of the time record no English abuses in the Caribbean. At least, none that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Lutheranos Corsarios, but it's thought that these were probably French Huguenot pirates. The Spanish would have made mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another simple trading voyage. Or it may have been, for Francis Drake, a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could for his own plans. He harbored a lot of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage and hatred for what they had done to him on the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid for it. If this wasn't intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap nonetheless. The Spanish had organized a defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval convoys that would accompany any Spanish merchant ships traveling on the Caribbean. These were heavily gunned ships that would deter any pirates in the region hoping to take these Spanish merchant vessels. If Francis Drake had intended real piracy against some Spanish ships on this voyage, he would quickly have realized that he had no hope of success against this convoy system. At first, the French pirates in the region had the same problem, but quickly they learned to adapt and evolve to the situation. While even the best of these French pirate ships couldn't hope to go toe-to-toe with these Spanish warships, they were just hopelessly outgunned, they decided to use a different tactic. They just attacked using rowboats. They had what was called the mothership, the primary pirate vessel, but they usually towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller vessels. Vessels that weren't suited for long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean Sea, they were small, they were fast, and they had a shallow draft, so along the coast they could get into certain inlets and rivers that larger vessels would be unable to. Most of of these ships had a single sail, but they also came equipped with oars so that they could move very quickly and despite the wind. They usually had a single cannon at the fore. Now, of course, the small vessel with a single cannon couldn't hope to stand up against the Spanish warship, but this wasn't intended for long, drawn-out sea battle. It took time for a ship at sea to move into position to fire on another ship, and these small rowboats could move in quickly, get alongside a ship, and board her. They were bristling with men armed with muskets, swords, pikes, and axes. They could sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was happening. If they did so at night when most of the crew was sleeping, they could subdue the ship within minutes. At that point, they could loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel, and sail away before any of the Spanish ships could respond. Even if these Spanish warships gave chase, they were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft. They had the element of surprise and stealth. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they were able to loot the ship and be away before any of the other ships in the convoy knew that anything was happening. This was proving extremely successful for the French pirates. And once Francis Drake saw just how successful they were, he wanted in. It's even possible that on this reconnaissance voyage, Francis Drake took part in some of this French piracy. There's no record of it, but we do know that he did know quite a few of the French pirates operating in the region, so he might have seen firsthand just how successful these smaller craft were at taking larger prizes. But we do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth in England, and he commissioned 2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard his ship the Swan. Then he sailed back to the New World in the year 1571. It was around this time that the Spanish published a list of the most notorious English pirates. Most of these pirates are the people that we've talked about so far. The Winter brothers, Hopkins, George and William Winter, were, while naval officials in England, seen as notorious pirates to the Spanish. The Hawkins brothers, of course, were on there as well. William and John Hawkins came next. Francis Drake and his brothers filled out the rest of the list, along with a few other pirates. However, this 1571 voyage began a plan that would see Francis Drake's name begin to rise. He would move past his brothers, past William and John Hawkins, even past the Winter brothers, to become the most notorious pirate in the Caribbean, and Spain's most wanted criminal. One of Drake's first actions upon returning to the Caribbean was to join a group of French pirates who were operating on the Caribbean coast of modern-day Panama. It was called then Port French. This kind of lends credence to the theory that Drake was operating with the pirates on his previous voyage, but now we have confirmation. The French were not alone, however. They were in contact with a large group of escaped slaves, known collectively as the Cameroons. Today, they're called the Cimarrones, but the original English documents refer to them as Cameroons, and I'm going to use that terminology. If that's somehow a slur or derogatory, I'm unaware of it, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm just going off the pronunciation and the original historical English documents, so my apologies ahead of time if my ignorance offends anyone. The Cameroons were a thorn in the side of the Spanish. They were building communities all throughout the Spanish New World that launched attacks on the Spanish, raiding and harassing them, and also offering safe haven to any escaped slaves. They were in contact with many of the natives of the area who also didn't like the Spanish in their lands, so they were able to work together. The Bishop of Panama around this time complained of the Cameroons, quote, "The human tongue cannot relate the ignominies which both the French and the Cimarrones have this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons, and of 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the wilds." End quote. These were men and women who had been brought forcefully into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam, well, not freely, obviously, they were property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies, learning the day-to-day activities of the Spanish, both their merchant activities and their military activities. They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved a powerful ally to the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce Francis Drake to the Cameroons. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels, such as the Jesus of Lubbock, Francis Drake didn't look down on his escaped slaves. In fact, in many ways, he really respected them. They had escaped Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strange meeting. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting to ally together for a common cause. They had two basic things in common. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no monarch, they were African slaves, they had previously belonged to Spanish overlords, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish law and rule. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal vendetta that he was seeing followed through. And secondly, most importantly to this meeting, all three of these groups desperately hated the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his Englishmen and several French pirates. The Cameroons sent the help of a man who was to guide them, a man who knew the area extremely well named Pedro Mandela. He was going to lead them secretly and quietly up the rivers of Panama to reach the Spanish settlements there. Their plan was to row a small galley up the Rio Cargas. The Rio Cargas was an extremely important river. It still is today. It's the basis for the modern Panama Canal. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama in the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire, that is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, they were all shipped to Panama. These were goods such as furs and spices and pearls and dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs and spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train over land to Nombre de Dios. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their voyage, was not that time of year. This was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels in the Rio Cargas were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. Now, these were all larger river vessels than Francis Drake's small galley, which could move freely along the river at this time of year. While these ships waited haplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods in a large quantity. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around them. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother's ship. It was anchored at Cabo Cativo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure fleet wasn't there, but Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre de Dios, learn the ins and outs of the village and her defenses. After dropping off his share of goods back on his mother's ship, Drake was out just a couple of days later on his galley, looking for new Spanish prizes. It was in late February that he attacked a Spanish trading fleet. The Spanish account records a group of men armed to the teeth, led by two men wearing war paint, one black and one red, and they were said to be highly menacing. While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and were reported to have killed said to have taken, quote, an arrow through the grounds. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and waded to shore, where they ran away into the wilderness. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then, when another ship happened along this scene, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish a message. This message was translated into Spanish and handed down through posterity. It really shows the audacity of Francis Drake better than anything up to this point. It reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion, and later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without evil or damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag, and whoever does not come will bear the blame. And do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. By the help of God it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate you had not the value of 4 silver reals, done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargates, where they headed back upriver and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was at a small town called the Venta de Cruces, which literally translates to the crossroads warehouse, and they stole there goods worth an estimated 100,000 pesos. On the voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Cargates, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring in any of the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargates and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these Luteranos, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and French. However, the English realized that they needed a base of operation. Their fleet was growing. The English had taken a number of ships, mostly because they had to have more space to hold all of the goods that they were taking from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's mothership, and they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor. They decided on a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, the Rio de Pinas, which was about 15 leagues west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place of the English and the French, but they decided to make it an official base of operations. The bay's natural properties made it defensible, and then the English even built some defenses on top of that. They built a small wall around the area, and that wall even opened up into the sea with a large log across the opening to keep any unwanted ships from entering. It was well fortified with all of the guns and many of the arms that the English and French had taken from Spanish ships. They also had their contact with the local Cameroons and some of the local natives who they could trade with for any of the goods they might need to supply this place. But even if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the natives and the trade dried up, the English could last in their new base of operation almost indefinitely. The bay is filled with fish, and the area around the bay notably populated by many, many birds, for which this new English settlement took its name. It was called Fort Pleasant, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting month-long campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their goods, and burning the vessels. At one point, they even took a Spanish correspondence ship. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any intelligence they might be able to find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters from people to their family back home, they dumped those into the sea. Then they stole the correspondence ship. This is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this particular voyage. He was spending most of his time raiding. During all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main. He was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main. He was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping-off point for any operations against the Spanish in the New World, and news of his base was spreading, and they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation and reconnaissance. Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock at Plymouth, Francis Drake was forced to wait. This voyage had not been authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to deliver the news of his prize. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about $23.2 million. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was getting worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, war with Spain was upon him. It was undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war against the Spanish, and he had acted unofficially as an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War. Drake almost immediately sent 2 ships back to Port Pheasant to continue his campaign. The 2 captains aboard these ships were named James Routes and John Garrett, and he intended to meet them after a short break back in England. While he wasn't there, Drake acquired a new ship, a Pasco of 40 tons, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had somewhat varied affection. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command this ship, the Pasco, while his brother John was going to command the Swallow. They built 3 new pinnaces. Those are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Fort Pheasant and carried aboard the Swallow. These were going to be 3 better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these 2 vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young voyage. And then, after this small break and a bit of preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25th, 1572, from Plymouth back to the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 12th, and after a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned to Fort Pheasant. However, they found it abandoned. All they saw was a wisp of smoke coming from the fort. Going ashore to investigate, they found a smoldering campfire, no people to be seen, and an iron plaque affixed to a tree. It read, quote, "Captain Drake, if you fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which you had with you here the last year have betrayed this place and taken away all that you left here. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1572. Your very loving friend, John Garrett." End quote. That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed. Drake decided to ignore the warning, however. He was going to wait, and he needed a place to construct the 3 ships that he had brought with him. It was only 3 days later when sails appeared on the horizon. Drake ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to defend Fort Pheasant. But they were able to relax. They saw that these ships flew the flag of St. George. They were friendly English vessels who knew about their presence. When they landed, it turned out to be Captain James Rouse. He was one of the men that Drake had sent ahead of him to Fort Pheasant. Captain Rouse had been around for much of this story. When the hurricane had hit the voyage of John Hawkins, he was the captain of the William and John. He had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's last voyage, and it appeared that things were not as dire for the English as they thought. His friends, Captain Rouse and Captain Gary, were both alive. Captain Rouse had just recently taken a Spanish vessel. On board were a number of slaves that Captain Rouse had taken with him. These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish movements back on terra firma, as well as the Spanish treasure fleet and the gold. It seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John Hawkins. He may never have approved, but we don't really know about his feelings back in those days. However, now he ordered these slaves freed and cared for. It could have been an emotional change for Drake. Perhaps he identified more with these slaves who were poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English overlords over him. That doesn't seem too likely, though. It could have been a religious change of heart for Drake. After all, the voyages that he had gone on that were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins had each ended in a disaster. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, well, God very much appeared Protestant. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the Cameroons, and holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the Cameroons would appreciate. Regardless, Drake is quoting that he did intend to, quote, use these Negroes well. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were freed, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge of Spanish activities. The captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rouse, began planning their next move. First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had with them, and it was actually a pretty impressive array. They had, quote, 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and calaveras, 16 bows, and 6 partisans, 2 drums, and 2 trumpets, end quote. For a relatively small expedition, that's an impressive blend of both infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are really shields, that's what they were called at the time, and fire pikes, while they sound super cool, are really just pikes that can double as torches and arrows. But the drums and trumpets, those are telling. This wasn't just any normal raid. Francis Drake was marching toward. Drake and Rouse, with their 3 ships and their 4 princes, sailed to Nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was a small town. It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it had no military presence at all, and no fort overlooking the bay. There were only 100 or so homes and a warehouse. Drake, however, called this place Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world. The plan was to row across the bay at night and wait until dawn. The men in their small boats stayed close to the shore and in the shadows. Francis Drake knew that the plan was somewhat flawed, however. He knew that if he forced the men to wait to do battle all the way until dawn, they might lose their men. Luckily for him, at about 3 in the morning, the clouds parted, and a bright, full moon filled the night with light. Drake saw this as a sign from God that the time had come. When the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, Drake realized that there was a small wine ship in the harbor, and the wine ship had actually seen Drake and his men. The wine ship was sending a boat ashore to warn the people that there were pirates in the area. However, Drake was able to intercept them and send their boat off to an island offshore, where they were no longer going to be in each harbor. So Drake and his men debarked and advanced into town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only 1 guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into 3 teams. His brother took one group, and another man named John Oxenholm took the other. They were to circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the city square. His trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children of Nombre de Dios fled before them. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to blow. Drake's men held their fire pikes alight, lighting their way, and then the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of the harnessman. Francis Drake smiled and ordered his men forward. The English fired their muskets and their bows. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Oxenham arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios at the loss of one trumpeter. Now that they had the town, things become a little bit more. There are two different fashions in which the looting of Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard they had captured to find the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle, and at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair genet ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot of breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the waterside, more gold and jewels than all of our four pinnaces could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open. End quote. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news of the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to his ship. The Spanish gold could wait. Now, there are a couple of problems with this account of the story. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor. Secondly, imagine any pirate, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in favor of one captain. Well, that kind of stretches the imagination for me. And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse at the treasure house of the world was empty. Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Fort Pheasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty. Later, they concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale, but the reality is that they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain. They did, of course, take the wine ship in the harbor. The fleet sailed to Bastimentos Island. It was called the Island of Victories because it had large fields of pineapple and bananas and guava vine, and the soldiers needed to regroup. Captain Rounce decided to leave the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also may have feared the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold and silver. So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new friend, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves the Captain Rouse had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of their group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all the Spanish gold and silver crossed their home on the backs of a train of mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his Plymouth lads, and a company of escaped and hunted slaves were going to steal it. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, that was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men into Fort Pheasant. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign of his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship went aground. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops aboard it. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home, at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't going so well. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's other brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was at the time or what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well and died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his men. His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even when times were at their darkest. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been a footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Uterano, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Drake, the Dragon. And then, with his forces depleted, with their spirits high, a group of Cameroon messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at Panama. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles of Panama. The English were heavily burdened. They all carried weapons and were wearing armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the yeoman's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths. They scouted the way ahead, and they helped carry the English when things became too hard. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, and heat. They did, at one point, have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived like. But then, one day as they neared the city of Cameroon, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons, gestured toward a tree for Drake to climb. In the tree, he found a small stand, a place where he could rest, and he looked north, where he could see the Caribbean Sea. Turning his head, looking south, he could see the Pacific Ocean. Drake later said that he, quote, besought Almighty God of his goodness to give him life and leave to sail once again on an English ship in that sea, end quote. But then the night of the ambush arrived. They waited in a copse of mangrove along the road. Late into the night, they waited in silence. Then they heard footsteps on the road. One English soldier stood, ready to attack, but he saw only a lone horseman. The Spanish scout rode back, alerting the Spanish. The English ambush was formed. They had to think on their feet. So they took a small Spanish village. They attacked, but they killed as few people as possible. The only people killed were very few who, in the defense of their homes, admittedly, attacked the English first. And Drake issued a message that everyone in town was to remain inviolate. He actually went from door to door, assuring every woman in every home that they were not going to be raped while the English were there. And while these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come from the Spanish themselves. They said that Drake and his men were respectful and courteous, at least as far as invaders go. But this was just a ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in the hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had looted the town, taken what they could, and left the area. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again, and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less pleasant for them. They were hot and awful, and they hated the jungle. However, they met a very well-connected and a very respected Huguenot pirate. He was a French corsair who was greatly feared, named Guillaume Testu. They decided to join forces with this French pirate. The two captains, Drake and Testu, knew of each other. They had heard of each other's exploits, but they had never met before. However, in the time that they were together, apparently they grew very close. They already respected each other, but really they began to admire each other as men of honor and conviction. Once again, it was a combined force of English, French, and Cameroon men who were going to march into the jungle and steal Spanish goods. This time, they waited closer to Nombre de Dios, where, when the train arrived, it wouldn't be as fresh as it was close to Panama City. The men would be weary from their trek through the jungle, and their guard would be lowered because they were reaching their destination. It took a full 2 months of waiting, but finally, the Spanish sent their mule team across the Isthmus of Panama, and then the pirates attacked. The assault was not one to be remembered. It was quick. The Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, hungry, tired, and weary. They were ready to be done. The first casualty of the battle was the French pirate himself, Testu. He was shot in the belly from the very first volley of Spanish rifle fire. But the Spanish quickly broke ranks and ran. Once again, we see in Francis Drake a man who is determined and yet thinks primarily of himself. Much in the same way that he had left John Hawkins behind, he left his companion, Testu, behind, leading to death. And again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that Testu had told him to take the gold and silver and leave him there, so that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish in their tracks, which is likely a bunch of propaganda and nonsense. However, the English, the French, and the Spanish had made away with all of the gold and the silver on the backs of the mule train bound for the Spanish treasure fleet. The total taken equaled somewhere in the realm of 200,000 pesos. This was about 23.25 million today. This, in addition to any other prizes taken in the past few months on the Spanish New World, was one of the greatest prizes ever won by any pirate in the Caribbean. They split what they had taken on this one day between the English, the Cameroon, and the French equally. It was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail back to England. There was a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as Drake was waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out, the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few fairly rickety rafts where he could get his gold and his men out to his ships, which were in hiding. Now, Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he had won. He was only able to carry so much of it, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold, and then the silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and find it. However, it was well known and passed down from man to man that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of his silver. And this, passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both for the pirates and the golden age of piracy, and in any stories told today of buried treasure. And it was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure. An X always marked the spot. Drake's voyage back to England was relatively painless, and it was a very quick voyage, only taking about 23 days. And on August 9th, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread of his arrival. Most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church, filling the pews, but they began to whisper, and the whisper turned into a murmur. And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church, until finally they had left their pastor all alone, preaching to an empty room. All of the people in town had left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new national hero. Things in England were getting worse. The war with Spain was taking its toll. However, England had several victories to hang its hat upon. Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to stay with Francis Drake. After returning to England as a national hero, he spends a little time basking in the glory. But then, he is called by Queen Elizabeth into a private meeting. This is something that's relatively unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake were to hear what she had to say to him. Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know. Francis Drake is sworn to secrecy. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail on the voyage of his life. A voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at viralrabbi.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the ebooks.com page for our book, where you can pick up a copy of to use it. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to hold me a couple of books. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link for our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast and all that. We really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping. attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the backs of a mule train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back several of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected in Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seem to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold, similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast, as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of her majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may her highness dominions, and also shippage work greatly. And gotten up as aforesaid into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in terrage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time, Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said to him, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after this secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem, and that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand how he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of this ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swell. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn to his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot that they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and putting it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic, and he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now, this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they've not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted this trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Doughty the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now, at first, Doughty refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Doughty was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place, end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now, he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pirates. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little crew, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed outside of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship, but Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, then ordered him tied to the mainmast along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now, this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat and their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he made him sail faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, "Now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses, who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny." End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men the Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17th, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed. And then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet in what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, It would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period in history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything that he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Dowdy was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts within it. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Dowdy. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not, at least, in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship, the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name, the Golden Hind, appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, where we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So, beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event, quote, "Within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last, George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, We came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island. End quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, The 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. End quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the islands aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later that it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is because your rope will begin to fray. And then you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain and fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The 3 ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other 2 ships lay stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. But Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, well, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Miracle, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, well, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if they were, some questions arise. It's possible that these sailors were on the Miracle, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Miracle had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claims that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on it. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water. They got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which, when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island that he found himself on. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, and it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor there. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten and covered in barnacles and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber. He struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this papist paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was recorded later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, and Francis Drake, searching the cabin, was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate, and they even took the ship itself. Drake sailed back to the small bay and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shot. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves in it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannon. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland. And the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Riego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, and he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Eureka. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, They had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave to head to Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tacked about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be tailing them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to them. It was called the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shipfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake them, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on board. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to manage. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then filled the stern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anton, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel, and the man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So that Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his crew, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish, when they were picked up, that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south, so the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers in their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing of song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Hyo. Because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." End quote. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was in fact the Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Rabbi, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now at his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else of note. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. And it wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily wilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved it difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, And in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and of Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare, but in two fronts, it was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking moral fiber, possessed the will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Beggars. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look at them. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they were relatively new kid on the block. And the whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start to inhabit the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, what were called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain, what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries weren't always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a basic proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine and riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the time of the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes from the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was through that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in their family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury he was born into. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read. He read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught him the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France, but not under the control of the French crown. And he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be sister to Charles V, the current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was antithesis to everything he had known so far. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. While his home had been an austere place, the court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he had learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and in politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young man. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, having long talks with William of Orange, alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss for himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hardworking mother, who he loved for the rest of his life, and he always remembered the populist leanings of his government. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and when Charles V climbed down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty. As a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility around. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen, nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain, well, they had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the Huguenot rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all of his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that Henry had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the peace accords and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Countries soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either duke or prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day, the situation in his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was curious. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to work. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William the Silent. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, really, Bishop Antoine de Granvelle. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granvelle was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication between them, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Margherita de Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even an execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Margherita de Parma that if Granvelle were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granvelle stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granvelle were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margherita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granvelle from office. And finally they did. Granvelle was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margherita de Parma, to her court, to be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margherita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in three provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of Ireland, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these areas. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granvelle, the man who had called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousting Granvelle had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Hermine de Lyon. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, everywhere there was unrest. For some years the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severely long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics die like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the inns talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. End quote. The attitude in their country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita the farmer, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, fear not, madame, they are only beggars, end quote. The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Gradero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, fear not, they are only beggars, that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. They called out in unison, long live the beggars. And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol for them. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord. And beyond that, most of these men were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true word of God while the Catholics didn't. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple when he drove the money changers out. And it was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco, of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the Netherlands. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant Nazis. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William was silent, even Margarita. So did Philip, but they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she was sleeping. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, and that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Bildungsstrom, or the Iconoclastic Fury, and it began in a town called Strasbourg. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was in the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If we're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the "they are but beggars" being similar to "let them eat cake," well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, would inspire them. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Bildungsstrom moved finally to Amsterdam, then further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland, almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic that was in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted images, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, brake the altars, spoilt the clothes and porphyrones, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers." End quote. As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the Bildungsstrom, this was almost a fun affair. It had an element of comedy to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita of Parma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Salinas, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic figure. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alba established what he called the Council of Charters, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Blood. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic theory. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alba arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called the Count of Egmont, to accompany him. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He had nothing to do with this iconoclastic theory. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alba. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be enough to protect his friend. According to legend, when William left on his journey, Egmont's last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince without a land," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a king." End quote. And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct. Now, William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also two of his brothers left, along with many, many others. And it wasn't just nobility. The common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away or their families destroyed left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire would officially not take Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers there that would sneak them in. William and his brothers fled back to their familial lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication open. Between the Huguenot lands in France, the many, many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany, they began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack from the southwest, from France itself. William's brother, Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast, into Holland. And William the Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for Antwerp. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were able to make it and turn back. Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alba was engaged elsewhere, but Louis was defeated quickly. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alba. However, the Duke of Alba decided not to fight William the Silent. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle to the Duke of Alba, Alba would not take. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Any time that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path, but he would never enter battle with them. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops that William assembled, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany. And eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated and fled. Soon, William the Silent was forced to flee as well. The planned glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer be of any help. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all of his money on what essentially was an entirely useless army. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch-American historian, Dingman Versley, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law in a country of constitutional liberties. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events." Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism rising. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, armed them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turned them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to congregate, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his men. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well-dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military import. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for him. He had towers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadholder, the military leader in that region, On May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of Emden, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important, they were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alba. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written of this effort to Philip. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." End quote. Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given a naval escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his gold. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and, as many of the reports suggested, taking the gold from him. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man who had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return to England. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. And currently, All of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the tower. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to King Philip. Quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are full with a Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end." End quote. The Duke of Alva was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. As it turned out, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean against the Turks. Alva needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tenuous his situation there really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, "Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause." End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire that if she were the one to break their treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars, and the sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William de la Marck. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together now. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story to come, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenot pirates and some of their earlier days. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes had. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information into one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff, because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast numbers, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. In March 1569, at the French port of La Rochelle, a group of 18 sea captains met and conferred. Some of these men had spent their entire lives as outlaws, raiding shipping in the North Sea and English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of marque. They had just received it from Louis of Nassau, the brother of William the Silent. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run on the high seas from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do with it. To many in Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish, just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly to them, be they the port they were currently in at La Rochelle in France, a Huguenot port, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland in the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves a proper navy in the service of their country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license to plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12, The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Beggars, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of low country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, well, they took that ship. Any worthy ship that they took, they sailed into a friendly port and had it outfitted for war. There was no shortage of young men eager to serve on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting plenty of, but also for the chance to serve their newly founded country. 3 of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Beggars. There was Lord Dalheim, the man who was giving most of the orders in the group. There was another named Jan Abels, and another named Jan van Twijn. These 3 men, more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also the chance for increased autonomy. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate captains, Queen Elizabeth of England was issuing a decree against them. Any Englishman, any English port, or any English merchant that either gave harbor to or assisted these sea beggars would face severe consequences. At least that's what the decree said on paper. In reality, things were somewhat different. When one of those sea captains, Jan Abels, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture them. Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships in his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was a pirate, a man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in an English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't worried in the least, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter of marque from Louis de Nassau and presented it to the inspector, and he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbormaster inspected the letter of marque and the Spanish cargo, and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Jan Abels asked the harbormaster where might be the best place to sell his entirely legally obtained cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, well, he would have been outraged at any other point in his life had this happened. However, he had other things occupying his mind at the time. Only recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the gold intended to pay the Spanish troops in the Netherlands. She had locked it away in the Tower of London, never to see the light of day. His king, King Philip II, was understandably outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication going between these 2 men, and it was very clear that the Spanish ambassador was in deep trouble. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were Protestant vessels not adhering to Catholic law, the Spanish ambassador had been placed under house arrest in England, only ever allowed to leave his home to visit court and see the Queen, and even then, only under heavy guard. It was on one of these occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the Queen meeting an emissary from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William the Silent, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic. That emissary was Lord Dalheim, that man who was essentially the admiral of all the sea beggars. He was the admiral even of that Jan Abels, who was busy in that English port, selling his ill-gotten goods, buying rounds of drink for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English women's company. Lord Dalheim was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the sea beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle, meeting with Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these papal forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alba and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a wine fleet that was stuck in London. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor, and more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that this really threatened English livelihood. It was even feared at court that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that troublesome voyage. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade with. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs, these Huguenot forces, were tied down in the Caribbean that really they had been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really to their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval arm. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had been building to use. And the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the group of ragtag pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Beggar's Inn. They decided to elect officially Lord Dalhine as their emperor. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It quote, "Whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another, bodies and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alba and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly." End quote. They were still not quite a navy. They were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds to William of Orange in the cause of Netherlands. The combined forces of Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholic navies. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to Pope Pius V. He published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnans in Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare the said Elizabeth heretic and patroness of heretics, and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm, and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her, to be for ever absolved from such oath, and all duty of liege present. And deprived the said Elizabeth of that pretended right to the realm, and of all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this papal bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as Drake's War. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8 at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the New World. It was Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates and really an American front in what was becoming a global war. In Europe, there were beggars that left the English port where they had been harbored to go and find a new home there. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions around. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the to show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter to prove this point. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, out of heartfelt pity, have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dirk Allertzoon, alias Black Dirk, who, having arrived here at Ending from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship has there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said Derrick from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case. End quote. This man, Black Dirk, he was just a poor merchantman from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see him in the same light. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dalpine, to find a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like the port at La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coastline. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and it flew the fleet into a Zeeland harbor. The harbor was called Vile. Now, while they waited for the storm to die down, another fleet sought shelter there. A total of 60 ships sailed into their harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were from the Baltic and bound for Spain. These ships were fair game for the pirates. The Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm, 40 ships that were even more richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must have looked. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Back out into the ocean, into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to. And beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken a fancy to, but the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly of the depredations of these pirates. It spread inland to the Spanish officials in the region, who marched a column of soldiers directly to the shoreline, who halted there and made a base camp, letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking parties ashore, and raiding some of the smaller villages in the area. This was something that the Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to keep it from happening. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed to England or to La Rochelle to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called Ameland, where they had long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Canminga, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been protection before he could strike. Beggars took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come near. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have that. So they gave a man named Robles the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Burstein. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language, that Victorian-era history, is just fantastic. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Ameland. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Drongaer nobleman Barthold Anton von Mentheda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Canminga's stronghold and the island of Ameland, whence they continued plundering the Groneier and Frisian coasts whenever the opportunity was favorable. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on Ameland. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. End quote. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new that they could take. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to send a battalion to oust him. The Spanish, they had garrison troops and many cannon in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they called. Still, they were becoming a real threat to the Spanish rule in the Netherlands. So, the Duke of Alva established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships, with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a fleet, the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for some time. The beggars, they fled as fast as possible. They were tracked by the fleet, however, and while running from this overwhelming firepower, they decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of a local inlet, a local river. They didn't expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them. However, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them upriver, and finally, they soundly defeated the sea beggars. They took 2 of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking 2 others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars had in their armada. There were many remaining vessels in and around England at the port of La Rochelle and sailing elsewhere in the North Sea. A call went out to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found to rendezvous on the shores of England. They were received there by the Countess de Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with Really a splendid ship, something that could be a flagship for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They named this in her honor the Countess. Despite this warm welcome by the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the sea beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships into English ports, they would be fired at and occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role and become a pirate. It had to be a part of who they were. They had to strike fear into their enemies' hearts. And to do this, they had to upset many of their allies as well. Even other friendly ports, like the port at La Rochelle, began to refuse some sea beggars' entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port of call. They needed a place that they could call home, a real base of operations. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies. In one such encounter, that man, Jan van Toorn, that favorite among the sea beggar captains, one of the most popular among their ranks, well, he was boarded before he was even able to mount an attack. The Spanish attacked him at sea. His men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. All the men that were left had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. But the men who had jumped off of Jan van Schoen's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken her. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were under attack by the Dutch and Spanish authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Dalheim sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to the safer harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a tactical mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became the prime target for all of the Dutch in the region. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, caught up with those 12 ships in short order. His two largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken. They were the best vessels they had, with nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, and only one, carrying Lord Dalheim himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William Silent, when Lord Dalheim arrived in England, well, he was promptly arrested by the English government. This was due to a number of factors. There was money involved, as there typically is. Lord Dalheim had taken out loans that he had refused to repay. Other people had taken out loans that he was as well, and several other things that aren't exactly exciting. The reality is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William Silent quoted another man, the rank of admiral, a nobleman who was one of his friends, in the hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggar fleet got worse. The core element of the sea beggars continued trying to pick up on the port and continue being rebuffed. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down among their ranks. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases the captains themselves decided to go rogue. They began going back to their old habits of attacking any shipping they could find and putting all the money into their own coffers rather than paying that half allotted to Prince William Silent. Not only the Spanish and the Royal French, but also Dutch, English, and Huguenot vessels were now under threat from these rogue sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be the Royal Navy a truly bad name and turning this from a fight for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends during this period, and it was happening alarmingly quickly. So Prince William fired that second admiral as soon as possible. He promoted a third man, the most famous of all of the admirals and sea beggars. He was the Baron of Lumi and the Count of La Marque, known to history as William Vandermark. William van der Mark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and William II. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of these armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly quite a bit of experience with piracy in general. He contacted any of these rebel rogue sea rebels, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership were allowed to come back in the fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more to their liking, they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands community. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish-backed fleet that was patrolling her shores and had caused the sea beggars so much trouble. So, under William van der Mark, they operated out of the safe harbors of England, primarily in the Channel. Around Dover was their real base of operations. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the Isle of Wight. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William II. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Catholic ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger, a real menace. While that edict of Elizabeth's against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that came looking. They sent some of their money back to William as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drink and women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, and better sea beggar fleet. Under William van der Mark, the sea beggar fleet was rebuilt. Discipline was brought back to their ranks. Despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting in unison and attacking every French and Spanish ship they could get their hands on. The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet to guard it. All of these acts of piracy, done by the sea beggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of the sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William van der Mark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William the Silent a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable periods in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the Catholic Powers War on Queen Elizabeth that required her to play it safe for a while. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command by either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They weren't to be attacked, just to be chased off. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the sea beggars through either her harbor masters or her merchants. This was all a political field, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars had a plan, so well timed, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the Catholics that she needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quit the English waters, so one way or another, it seems that everything is working out. The Duke of Alva in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes, this tax that he had enacted on the Low Countries, well, they were not being paid. Due to the lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, the Netherlands proved to be too much for him as well. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to make landfall in the Low Countries. His fleet, the fleet of the sea beggars, which at this point was comprised of almost 40 ships, and each one of them flew the colors of William of Orange, the prince, and each of them carried an additional red pack that had 10 pennies upon it, which was a declaration of their intent to deliver their homeland from Alma's hated tax, which was known as the 10th penny tax. They sailed to the Low Countries in battle formations toward the city of Brill. This was the rumored landing of the new Duke. Now, when they were close to arriving, the town watch recognized him, and a cry arose, quote, "The sea beggars have come," end quote, and the town was reportedly filled with panic. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the sea beggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to their fleet. He met with William Vandermark and discussed terms with him. He returned to town after discussing these terms and met with the city council. He told them, quote, "You need have no fear. The sea beggars will harm no one and have come only to save the city for the king from Alba's tyranny and his ruinous 10th penny tax." End quote. He showed the town fathers a token that William Vandermark had given him to prove his legitimacy and told them that the town had 2 hours to decide on what to do. The town fathers were in a quandary. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send an army out to crush their town, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. That if they did surrender, he would bathe their town in blood. However, this threat standing right in front of him, the sea beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't surrender to them, they would sack the town immediately. While they were waiting for an answer, an army of sea beggars began to march towards town, and it appears that these men were beggars in truth. There are many reports of how haggard they looked. Their clothes were in tatters, nearly rags. All of them looked gaunt and hungry. The word want is used in the old text. They were starving. These men were desperate to find somewhere that they could be safe, find something to eat, and use as a new home. The town council told that fishmonger that they acquiesced to the beggars, and then they began to evacuate their entire town by a gate on the far side of the city. Now, the beggar captain didn't receive word of the town's surrender, so he ordered his ships to fire on the gate. He ignited casks of gunpowder on the gate, and he dropped down a mast from one of his ships and began to use it as a battering ram. Around 8 o'clock, on the evening of April 1st, 1572, the sea beggars took the town of Den Brill and their first toehold in the Netherlands. They didn't sack the city, though, as most would have expected them to do. They took up residence in the homes of some of the town's richest who had evacuated. These were mostly Catholic merchants and leaders that were loyal to the Spanish and their Dutch subordinates. Now, while they didn't sack the towns, they did ransack those homes. They used any of the goods that they found and any money to buy themselves food and drink. They feasted after a good night's sleep. They were described as the very best kind of conquerors. In fact, they were found to be gentlemanly and quite a lot of fun. Now, it wasn't entirely without violence. The sea beggars did take prisoners. They took 19 priests in Edinburgh, and, well, they wrote to William II. Now, William wrote back that no man was to suffer for his religion. The beggars were reported to have said, quote, "Who captured Den Brill, he or we," end quote, and all 19 priests were hanged. A listener pointed out to me on the website, piratehistorypodcast.com, that there's a saying in the Netherlands. On April 1st, Alba lost his glasses. This is something of a pun, because the Dutch word for glasses is Brill, B-R-I-L, while the town of Den Brill is spelled somewhat differently depending on when you're reading about it, but they sound very similar. Now, this listener told me that this is typically used as a way to teach something of the language to students, but it's also a little history lesson, which is similar to many of our rhymes and funny little childhood sayings. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. The taking of Den Brill was a turning point in the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alba was finally leaving. The Sea-Beggars were finally victorious and home on their native soil. The brothers, William the Silent and Louis de Nassau, were finally having some success on land as well. William Vandermark was made the stadholder of Zeeland and Holland. It was a position that he quickly turned over to William the Silent when he arrived. In the north of the Low Countries, they really began to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were in open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could get behind. William had even gone so far as to garner the support of the Ottoman Empire under their ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he felt a kinship for the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their perceived polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, were fighting the Spanish, had something to do with it as well. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthiest and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newly founded Dutch Republic. They were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, oust the Catholic menace from the Low Countries. This was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unforeseen and unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a peace treaty with their Catholic rulers called the Treaty